Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Done. Da 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 da. Max Horn.
Shit. Run, run, he's behind. Fuck. Oh, shit. Oh my fucking Christ. Gun does look pretty cool though. Man, the holding just takes so long. Is it going to take that long every time? But bless me harder, Daddy. God damn it, Dan. God damn it. Fabrication plan. Oh, I can come in here anyway. Look at that, we got another weapon upgrade kit. Utilities. Download area map. Downloading it. Okay, so I'm here. And we need to... Oh, we still need to be on this level, which is good. But I can turn on... or off power. I'm not sure what those... wanting to... But... Baba, dude. Man, thank you so much. You're my first subscriber. Dude. Oh, that's so lovely, man. Oh, man. I'm trying not to tear up. Man. Oh. Dude. You're my first, man. Thank you. Fucking spider, dude. Fuck, I hate him. Oh my god. Oh. Fucking nuglets. What do you mean, just standing there? There's no woman behind me. So I'm gonna use this card. It also says something back. Oh, fuck! What was that noise?
That was a phantom. Type an
What was a phantom?
Oh yeah.
What was a phantom? Wait.
It's quite critical.
Oh my god, it's so cute.
That'll be all. We can go now.
You sly dog. Oh, actually, I was gonna say give me a challenge game, but fuck this shit. I know, Chris, but I need to finish it for my own sanity. Else I will never... I'll be streaming for the next year. Until... No! Oh, this is the fucking edge. How does that even... piano in there. Shut up. God. Binding of Isaac. This game. Cut. Ball of Ree. Because inside's my emotions are that of a screaming pig. Fuck. Yes, yes it is. Yes.
Skewer me, daddy. Who's obscuring their daddies right now?
I don't trust you.
Stop, just go through.
Okay, I'm going through. Oh no, I hate you. Why?
Bubble Chrome says, I am now the keeper of the button. Oh, I am. I'm the keeper of the button. Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Jess, are you there?
Jess, you bitch. Motherfucking Christ.
NotMardee was going to dab then. Nope, never. Put back then no touch. He might throw his back out if he tried. 100%. My back would be gone. Yeah, Dan and I will smooch as much as we can. No, Gabby, we're not breaking audio. We might have. For a second. Not quite. Okay. An idea, it might be the direction the mic is picking up the audio from. That's why it's playing it on. Oh, that could be it. The microphone is currently pointed, like aiming not towards me, so that might be it actually. So I'll play around with that, Jantha. Off stream. I'm not going to be doing it on stream. There we go. If I do this, I'm going to get a foot to the face, but you can all see Chip while I catch up on chat. Dan doesn't fish game, he rage quits. Captions are so fucking funny. You're apparently putting...
Oh god, there's nothing of use in those emails.
System alert. Repair is needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
Let's try this again. Okay, so we're here. I might extend
I don't like
this
that,
out
Zuna.
a bit more.
I'm going to ban you. Ban you,
Oh,
I tell
no.
you. Hello, everyone. How we doing? It's Tuesday. It is Tuesday. I had to look. Hey, everyone. Who have we got here today? We got Dan. We have an FP. We have Amp. Hey, Rocky. Hey, Jantha. Shred, you better be asleep. Please be asleep. Who else do we got? We got Sada, Grimbo. Hello. So many amazing people. We've got Zuna as well. I'm good, Dan. How are you? Tuesday. Yeah, we got a public holiday up here in the Queensland. Got a public holiday tomorrow. So, very exciting. Very keen. Very keen indeed. I am. What are you, Dan? 12-hour stream. No. No, I don't think I will. Imp, excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Tuesday in it. Tuesday in it. Yes. Yeah, thank you so much, by the way. You didn't need to do that. Yeah, no to a 12-hour stream. Did you fart? Did I fart? No. No, I didn't. But Dan did. Dan farted. He's got the monkey bum. Monkey? Manky. Manky and monkey bum. Got to really chew on the words. That's rude. You said skew me? No, excuse me. Oh, right. Okay, I gotcha. Stop it. Hey, Scots, how we doing? Welcome in. How's everyone doing today? Everyone had a good day? It's too early to ask what you had for dinner. You got to wait for Dan's stream for that one. Full of pizza and regret. What flavor pizza, though, Sada? What flavor pizza? Macca's for dinner. Oh, yummy. Scrumptious. Chip. Has he wedged it between the wheels? Okay. He's wedged his little pyramid wheel toy between the legs of my chair. Hello, fishy. Show head dent. Dan, you can't ask a man to show head dent. That is a very personal and private thing to show on stream. I'll send you pictures later. He's wedged his balls under your chair. I'm sure you could have worded that much better. Also, he doesn't have any balls. No balls. Show head dent. No, Dan, no. I had Hungry Jacks after an appointment. Ooh, scrumptious. Show head dent on stream. Fishy, no. Full head. Sooner. Fucking whatever. It's a prison. It's a prison, I tells you. Barehead. Righto, champions. Righto. So we're going to do the same thing that we did last Tuesday, because that's what I want to do. Not game-wise. Beneath Paris. Give you guys a little update. I took some screenshots too. Took those yesterday. I was going to put a plan together of what to talk about. And I didn't. I didn't put a plan together. So we're going to wing it again. And hopefully it's not blabbering like last time. And then we're going to play some Iron Nest Heavy Turret Simulator. It's very good. Very fun. Very fun. My Dan merch arrives so we can match at the steps. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I will be definitely wearing my It's Danger Dan merch down at PAX. And I'll be interested to see how many people who don't watch stream think I am It's Danger Dan. So very excited. But then there's going to be like dozens of us wearing their merch. So maybe they'll think we're all It's Danger Dan. And it's a group stream. Group streamer. We all take turns streaming on the channel It's Danger Dan. Sunder Paris. Thank you, Zuna. Appreciate that. Underneath Paris. Dan, I know what you did. Get you a wig to wear. Which one is the real Dan? You'll never know, Grim. It's Danger Dan is a flash mob dance troupe. Fuck. Dan, can you sort that out, please? I'll hold a not actually Danger Dan sign. It's head dent merch when whatever. Whatever, fishy. You'll have a head dent soon enough. Of smooches. Oi. Man, that emote as well, where you're punch in the air, really like matches the beat too. Oi, watch your mouth. That's my boy. I said, no, I said smooches, Dan. Smooches. Whatever. Place is a prison. We all need matching fluoro jumpsuits. I'm good at matching beat pace. Disgusting. Disgusting. I know the shape of my head is diabolical under here. Hey, Zunicorn, has Martin contributed any household labor today? Make sure to note 0 on the census. No, we've already done the census, Fishy. And you'll actually note as well that under that same section, it includes pets. So, pet care and spending time with pets and shit. So, fuck ya. Fuck ya, Fishy. Hey, Criffy, how you doing? Welcome in. We comparing head shapes? Yeah, we are, Sada. Show head. Who cooking dinner tonight? Zuna's going to be cooking her own dinner, and I will be cooking my own dinner separately because I will be streaming, and she will be hungry in about an hour's time. So separately, Dan, shut your mouth. Got him. Who cooked dinner last night? His leftovers, Dan. Thank you. Keep in mind he feeds Chip once a day, same as I do. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know if you're sticking up for me or what right now. You cooked the night before. Yeah, Zuna. Okay, is that what you want to hear, Dan? Zuna cooked dinner 2 nights ago. 3 nights ago. No, 2 nights. Not last night, night before. So, here we go. Zuna, I'm sorry about Martin. Here we go. Equals hours on the well, whatever. This place is a prison. Yes, Sada, don't forget the census. If you haven't done the census, chat, and you're in Australia, do the census. It's today. Grab yourself a Domino's pizza. I'm sure they've got a census deal going on. Zuna, you're the pillar of the household. I'm so sorry. Can we just ask Zuna when she's streaming next, please? When are you streaming next? The people yearn for the Zuna stream. Fucking prison. I did it on the weekend because I would forget otherwise. Yeah, we have forgotten. We got the letter and it was just under some bags, so we had to go digging for it. And Zuna didn't even want to do it last night, and I was like, "We're doing it," and she was like, "Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow night." I was like, "I'm streaming. There will be no time to do it tomorrow." Anyway, here we are. Don't you have assets to animate for me? Yeah, but I mean, those, get off my back. Get off my back. Hey, Mackie, how we doing? I'd do the census, but then they'd know where I was. That is true. That is true. Zuna too busy for streaming? No, she's not. She's just sitting here, looking at me. You could have streamed twice just then, thank you. Exactly. Rest my case, Your Honor. Census asked me if I was a honkin'. A honkin' cutie? Zuna's too busy cleaning up after you. Righto, Fishy. Grow up. Max Yong? Mackie Seong. Thank you, Dan. Constantly attacked. I know I am. Thank you. Thank you for, respect my private. Okay. Whatever. This place. You son of a bitch. All right. Okay. Oh, fucking hell. I'm getting up. Jesus. I'm going to move that. This place is a prison. Prison. Quicker. Oh, my Dan, shut up. Fucking prison. All right. There we go. You happy now? Are you happy? Hey, Floofy, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay, I stand in solidarity. Thank you, Emp. Thank you, Zuna. Quick, fuck with his chair height. It's funny because if she did, you would see... Ow, fuck off. Ow. No, I don't want to reset the height. Wait, no. Look up here. Up here. Wait. There we go. There we go. Gimme. Gimme. There we go. Some kickies. Hmm? Yeah. You happy, chat? Are you falling asleep with my finger in your mouth? Wait. Wait. Wake up. There we go. Come on. Come on. Give me kickies. Kickies. Ha. Ha. Stop. Kickies. Kickies. With your back feet. Oi. Ow. Wait. Not the elbow. There we go. You get a bit of eye action as well. There we go. You good? Can I put you down now? Doesn't care for it. Okay. Doesn't care for it. All right. I've missed a bit of chat. Don't put him down. He's too young. Scott's. Does Chip ever sit there just like chewing on nothing for like 10 minutes? Biscuit does. I think it's fuck off. Ah. And this is the issue with standing. Yeah, no, he will don't come back. Oh, now I've got cat hair all over me. You've done this. This is your fault. He's just a baby. Chip turns 2 in November. He does. It's his birthday soon. Ah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Stop. Stop. No, I got it. There we go. There we go. Bearded chipples. Hey, Jetta, how you doing? Welcome in. I didn't even see... You thought you could push away. There we go. There we go. You're so cute. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, down you go. I just got hair all over me. Disgusting. He's not disgusting at all. Yeah, no, Dan, he will just kind of... He does a lot of laying upside down. Paws like this, legs up in the air. He's too relaxed sometimes. Get your mouth off his weenus. No. Wait. Are you talking to Chip, Fishy? Or are you, No, I was going for the stomach. RSPCA. I'd sacrifice you in a heartbeat for Chip, Marty. Thank you, officials. Thank you. First thing that little fluff ball did today was slap me in the face. Yeah, it was. First thing. First thing, he was lovely for me. He in a foul mood. He was, yeah. Anyway, you decide, champ. No, you decide. Doing better now. I can see Chip, to be honest. Yeah. No, look, he's oh fuck, I don't know where he is. Oh, there he is. He's cute when he wants to be, and then an absolute menace most of the other time. He spent today, he was between the door and the wall, and the door closed like this. And he was between them, meowing into the corner, as if he was trapped or something. I don't know. You weren't trapped, were you? You just decided you wanted to meow at the corner. Mm-hmm. Anyway. Cool. All right. Well. Let me grab these pickies up. So we'll probably go through the pictures and then we will chat about it a little bit. As I said, I didn't put together a plan of what to talk about. I was going to, so I'd stop rambling, and that didn't happen. So we'll go through this stuff. Where is it? All right. Ramble away. No, you ramble away. All right. Okay. All right. I think you're cute when you ramble. Stop it. Stop it. Before I do that, let me just quickly see how this looks. Yeah, okay, not too bad then. And I'll do that. Thank you, Fish. Spoilers. He's always cute, chat. Stop it. In the words of Robert Plant, ramble on, ramble these. Okay, got him. Righto, chat. Cool. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad. Although you kind of get double up on chat there. Maybe if I go that? Ooh, that's not too bad, actually. All right, cool. We'll do that. We shall do that, yes. Okay. Cool. Okay, so, as I said, I went through and took some screenshots. These are of sections of the demo, or will be the demo. Everything you see here isn't final, but it gives you kind of the idea. So we'll do this one. So we got this. This is one of the areas. Where's my folder gone? There we go. I don't even need to do that, actually. I can just click and there we go. So it didn't pick it up in the screenshot. Do you see my mouse? Yeah, cool. So there'll be items in the world. And then one thing that is different from the night shift, where a lot of the feedback was, I can't find, I don't know, a blue key card. I can't find items. It's really hard to find things. So one thing I have here, and you can't see it in the picture, is there'll be like a little interaction, like a little circle above things that you can interact with in terms of items. So that's one thing. And then having these very claustrophobic small areas where you climb through and you've got this environment as well is something that I wanted to do as well, because everyone loves climbing through very confined spaces. I joined and heard this is the final screenshot for the demo. Thank you, Mitch. It is. It 100% is. Thank you so much. Who would ever accuse you of not finding a blue key? I don't know, Scots. I don't know. Someone said it. I don't remember who. The game is actually just sifting through skulls until you find your own skull. That's it. That is it. Oi. I don't want you to go through for chords. Does he look like he's getting chords? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So then we got this one here. Yeah, nothing too exciting. But we got some, a hint of some civilization under there. We got some rocks as well. You got your little lighter. Another small confined space. Here, this is a hallway that is blocked off. Civilization, French, righto, champ. Yeah, they're yep. Doing a bit of mesh blending between the wall and cable. Yes, yeah. Doing a lot of it because I don't really like in terms of the natural. I don't natural formations. Don't like seeing the hard, the harsh line between. So having them blend is much nicer. Much nicer. Hard. Stop it. All right, cool. Moving on. What could be happening down here? So you'll come across obviously these in the catacombs as well. Yeah, Skelly boy. Not gonna tell you what's gonna happen there. A freshie. Yes. That's the red key card. It is, Max. It is. So flaccid rock formations? Yeah, there'll be a lot of flaccid rock formations. That one's still juicy. Is that you at 4 a.m. after a session of development? Yes. He accepts crisp down lows for payment. That's true. I don't like that you're looking down. There we go. I believe it's called Frenchie. Yes. All right. So here's another one. So one thing you'll notice here as well, and here is that I really wanted to. One thing that I didn't have in the night shift was kind of what you see when you look at light, the real, I don't know what they're called. Caustics? No, not caustics. I don't know. There's a word and I can't think of it right now. But because it is such a dark space, having these will, and having like this kind of astigmatism flares, that's the one, because I go through life with those. So now everyone else does. But this down here as well, the cart with the skulls, that is just I don't know, it was a common thing, weirdly enough. Okay. Next one. We got some tombs. Tombs up in here in this catacomb. And this one's filled with skulls. Got another freshie. Light flares are so pretty. Oh, they really are. I want to meet the person sorting the skulls into various carts. One person's job, I'm sure. So I'll be putting these screenshots up as well, probably to replace the ones on Steam. And then, Daniel, what the fuck? Daniel, that is hideous. Is that from... Holy shit, you work fast, Dan. Gee, is this what it's like to be on the other end of it? Fucking hell. All right. This shot here, I've kind of shared images of this area here, but this one is a more, I guess, this one is more likely final than the rest, but it's actually the main menu. And then talking about the main menu, the most exciting thing for people, I believe I have a screenshot of it. No, I don't. Okay. No screenshot. However, there is going to be difficulties. Easy, normal, and hard. I haven't really spoken about that, but here we are. 3 difficulties. So Dan, one for you, Danny boy, and then for the rest of us, you can choose between normal and hard. easy mode. Maybe I'll actually be able to play without shitting my pant. Maybe. I only see one difficulty, hard survival. Maybe. I do want to do like an immersive mode. I don't know what that would look like, but here we are. Label them, but make them all the same for Dan. Oh, that's true. That is true. Just call it Dan. Dan. Oh, it's an older meme, but Gerd. Gerd, and Gerd. Special build for Danny? Maybe. So many ideas. I did think about doing one for Sass and Scotchy and a couple other people. But I just don't know what I was going to do with those builds, so I decided not to. Easy, normal, hard, but all hard diff for him. Easy, normal, hard, and Danny. Yeah. And then here we've got the settings menu. So this one is one that I've wanted to update from going from the night shift, which was a very simple one. And I've basically scrapped it all and then built it from scratch. And this all works with controller as well. That's one thing that I've been doing as well. One thing that I've been doing outside of different from the night shift, where the controller was more of an add-on, or kind of tacked on to the end after everything was done. But now this one, I'm going in with controller in mind as well. There's still a couple things to work out, some issues in regards to, so for example, the sliders. Currently, they don't work with the D-pad, which is very annoying. So you've got to use the bumpers. I'm not sure if I like that idea, or if I want to do buttons on either side, and on controller you just choose, left for down or right for up. But you can hold them. But I do want to try and get the D-pad working for it. I just don't know why it's not working. So I've got to look into that. That's a thing. I do have much of the same settings available. One thing as well with the controls is I want to be able to detect if you've got a Xbox controller, a Steam Deck, a Steam controller, or if you're there's not much I can really do with PlayStation 5 controllers, but I also would like to get it to work on the Steam Deck as well. But I want to get it done first, and then I'm going to go back and try and make it work. Because at the moment when I do play it on Steam Deck, or try to, it crashes on launch. So I don't know what's different between this and the night shift, but I can open the night shift. So what else was there? Yeah, I think there's that. Languages, I'm adding one language onto the 13, so I think it's 14 all up. Different engine versions? No, same version. Same version. Don't know. Don't know the issue. Yep, exact same. Yep. I don't know what the problem is, so I've got to look into it. I think it might be because I'm not doing the shader compilation at the start of this, which will be a thing, so it doesn't lag on the menu for people. But yeah, no, that'll be a thing. So hopefully when I do that, that might fix it. I doubt it though. So I've got to have a look, got to look into it. Steam makes it all right for PS controller to be simulated as an Xbox One. Yeah, so that's using the Steam input, but I'm trying to do it at a game side first, so that way, if people don't have Steam input enabled, the controller should still work. And so far, the Xbox is, like, it works for Xbox, that's fine. Steam controller, I think it's half working. which is weird. The only difference is the glyphs. So when you like the images for buttons aren't showing for anything. So I gotta look into that as well. But yeah, but otherwise I can just fall back to the Steam input Criffy and yeah, get the controller type from that and then go from there and there. So very nice. One thing that I thought I captured as well with this was that when you hover over all the options, it gives you a brief description on what it does. So these ones, it doesn't really matter as much except for colorblind mode. It lists out all the options and the description of them. But I mainly wanted to do that for display, just because so people know what they're turning off and what it actually does. I would like to, and probably not for this, maybe the full game, would like to do images of the comparisons. So what it would look like off, low, medium, high, but that might be a thing, might not be. Yeah, so that was a big thing. Oh, sorry, not for display. I mean, for display and graphics actually, but mainly sorry for the graphics. So that was the main reason, and then I kind of just expanded that to everything else. So that is a sexy menu, though, Marty. As someone who uses Unreal 5, it's difficult to make a good-looking menu. Thank you, Rolky. Thank you. It took a while to change everything around, and like you break everything, and then you get it into the spots that you want, and then you go from there. So, Marty, do good work. Thank you, Zuna. I think simoleons will need counting, fish lips. Hey, Nerfles, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're just going through some some pictures of Beneath Paris. I don't think there is one. No, there's not. There's not another one. But as I said, all of these probably, except for these two, will be going up. As you can see, there's a couple issues in terms of, so like this one ends here, but then this one goes over there. So I've just got to fix some of this stuff up to make it all consistent and to make it so everything still works. But basically, when you open the game, controller works, and you can navigate through all of these menus. And then, so you go new game, you'll go to this screen here, you'll choose which one you want, and then it just loads straight in. So very excited. And then something that I didn't get, and this is for you speedrunners out there, is I'm doing a thing where when you go into it, as soon as the level starts, it starts counting down, or counting up, I guess, counting up. So every time you save and when you finish, it will actually, it doesn't say when you how much time it was when you finished, but there'll be like an auto save beforehand, and it'll tell you how long you've been playing for, or playing that save for. So that's pretty cool, and you can see it on the save file, and it's good for, I guess, people who want to try and do it real fast or slow. I don't know. Multiple save slots, because fuck save system. Yep, multiple save slots. I think I've got a maximum of 10, maybe more. I don't know. I think it might be more actually, but I forget. This is all stuff that I like set up ages ago, and I can't really remember. But it's not the 3 save slot system. It's just, the save kind of the same kind of save system that you would be able to press escape and then just save from there. Fucking hell, Dan. Daniel. Did you get that when I was standing? Where? Did you get that from? That's from this stream. What the fuck, Dan? Jesus. Holy shit. But yeah, so this is it. Very excited. This will be the main menu background. I think you can kind of see it here. It's in the background. It's the exact same thing. This one's just a bit of a close up for some reason. Yeah, so these are the screenshots. These will go up on the Steam page, website, and I'll probably start putting them up on Instagram as well. Should do a Half-Life 2 thingo where you change the background when you progress through the story. I was thinking about that, actually. And that would be really neat. Would be neat. And I would love to do it. It's just down low on the list at the moment, and I don't know. Yeah. But I've always loved those backgrounds, and that's why I've got a 3D one here, because I've got a real soft spot for in level or these 3D ones rather than just a 2D main menu, and I think they're less exciting. Could probably do it. It's just a simple save system that auto loads when loading up. A simple save system, Rolky. Simple save system. Simple save system. Simple save system. Love it. Love it. But yeah, that's it. And then this past week, I've really just been. What have I been doing? I've been working on the controller input with main menu, and that's been a ball ache for doing that. And then I've started working on the scares, the creepiness, and and just kind of doing some polish as well in terms of the environment and items and other stuff as well that I haven't dived into yet, but very exciting. Simpler than saving fucking characters in the inventory, mate. Yeah, but you'd want that to be saved to the save slot or the profile, right? Because it's not just, which again was more like the settings, I guess, because you're not so much settings. Yeah. I don't know where I'd want to save that. But yeah. Hey, Widow, how you doing? Welcome in. Simple save system. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, that's really it. That's really all I have today. Screenshots. I told you it was going to be a short one. Screenshots, a brief update on the things. You know? But no, this next week I'll be working on enemy stuff and the scaries and hopefully sound. I've got some real cool stuff with the sound happening. Real cool stuff. Very excited to share more information on that. But yeah, it's going to be a fine line. Fine line with the scaries, fine line with the enemies. I'm trying to make it so it's not too in your face, but yeah, we'll see how we go. But no, does anyone have any questions at all? I'm not sure if we'll want to do a QA each week, but the 30 minutes are up. Perfect. Where's Chip? I don't want to break his. I don't know where Chip is. I always worry when I can't see him. But yeah, I might do like a QA each week as well for a few minutes. So if anyone has any, the floor is open. But if not, we can just yap. And then we'll get into some game because I'm super keen. So we're playing the Iron Nest today. And I played the demo. Loved it. Loved the demo. And then I had to stop myself because I didn't want to get too deep into it. And the full game's out. So we're gonna play that today. Why are you so cute? Rolky. Stop it. Stop it. Oh. Ooh. I thought my chair went backwards. It didn't. I love seeing your work so creative. Oh, stop it, Nerf. Stop it. It's actually one thing, if I still have it, one thing I did want to show off that I didn't prepare. But no, thank you so much, Nerf. It's been real fun working on it, and I'm keen to finish up with the demo and then move to the full game, because I think that will be what I've got planned for the first episode, or the whichever I choose, the first episode of the full game, like the first chapter. I'm very excited to work on that because it's different. It's different to what you'd think I would be working on. Okay, so do I have... No, it's not there. It's not there. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. So it's not the full map, but this one here. So I actually have a map of, I think it's like most of the catacombs, at least the stuff that has been mapped, and this could potentially be some old maps as well. They're definitely not up to date. But basically I used this section and I put it into the engine, and I started just kind of blocking out, or before that actually, I took this, put it into Photoshop, and I kind of went over it with some lines to be like, okay, I want, you know, this line up here, and then I want that, and then I want this, and then I kind of went from there. Then I took that, put it in engine, and then I started using some cubes as walls, and started going, and then it kind of just expanded and went from there. So this is a small section of the catacombs that I used as a reference for the layout, and I would say it's fairly accurate in some aspects, and then there's others where I have taken some liberty, some creative liberty, and yeah, it's fun. And then I'll obviously do the same thing in other aspects as well, and I learn a lot doing this. So obviously I can't read what all of these are, but you put it through, you put it into Google, and you put it through like a translator, and you'll be like, okay, so this used to be an armory, or this used to just be, you know, an area just to chill or something. Obviously that's not a thing, but then this also has a very accurate of whenever this was done, an accurate representation of, like, you know, this is well and water well. And then, you know, this is the water levels here. And I believe maybe not in this one, but there is other ones where it's like these red lines mean it's either it's collapsed or flooded, or they haven't traversed that area for some reason or other. So I could kind of use that as a creative liberty as well. But yeah, no, exciting. I wanted to find the full map, but it's somewhere and I don't know where. So I gotta find that. Sorry, I've missed some chat. It takes a lot to be super smart and code this well, which is an amazing craft to demonstrate, plus having the visually creative skills. That's super impressive. Nerf, thank you so much. there are days and times where I'm like, this is, yeah, I'm like, you know, I look at Michael's stuff and I'm playing it, and I played the skin stapler, and I'm like, this is fucking amazing. And seeing the response to it and how many people are like, yeah, this is great. And for me, I'm kind of like, I know it's a separate game, but fuck, like it's really hard. I'm trying not to compare, and obviously they're two very separate games. But it's yeah. I look. There's some days where I'm kind of like, this is like, you know. So I'm trying not to be in that mindset and try my best. But yeah, there's days where I'm just like, meh. So, but there's so much more that hasn't been discovered and mapped. Yeah. So, Rolkus, the public can only go to 1.5 kilometers in down, and I think that's as far as like the public catacombs, and then after that is restricted. And then we've only mapped at some point, and these are like not public at all. These were like, you know, they're taken away, they're hidden, they're locked up, whatever. But there's only like, you know, a few extra like 10, 20, whatever kilometers mapped out after that. And there's still like hundreds more, and then deeper as well. Like it's, yeah, there's so much that hasn't. So it gets to a point where it's unknown. Like, what's down there? Don't know, because it's either, you know, too dangerous because of cave-ins or water or all of this. So, which is good because it gives me some room for creativity. And yeah, some blockers and all of that. So, excited to see those kind of maps and take that and put it into a space where I do have that freedom in a way. Sada, you're back. You did the census. Where's my citizen award? You get a thumbs up, Sada. Nice work. You know, Chip being slinky back here. It's a really clever way of providing game boundaries. Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. So if I didn't have that map, it would be, you know, my mind would go crazy. I wouldn't know where to start. And this gives me kind of a good base on where the, like, you know, what would be realistic in terms of catacombs. But then when I go in and test, I'm like, actually, this is not fun. I wish I could go this way. I wish I could go that. Liz. Hello, Liz. Welcome in, Liz. Good, thank you, Liz. How are you, Liz? You don't need to do that, but thank you for gifting to Grimmy. Liz, what is happening? Liz, stop it. Thank you for gifting to Mitch as well. Yeah, you're too good, Liz. Naughty Liz. I'm calling you out of lurk or wherever you are. Say hey. Stop it. Liz, stop it. Congratulations, Rolkus. You've been gifted. You've been gifted a sub by the amazing Liz. Liz, you're too good. You're too nice. Stop it. Go, why I order. Wild. Wild. Liz. Dan, what the fuck is that? Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting to Scott's. Also, did that come up on screen as Anonymous gifted to True? But stop it. Stop it, everyone. You're too amazing. You're too nice. Stop it. But thank you. You don't need to. Just enjoy the rambles. Yes, Splurge. Yeah, we were just going through some screenshots of the game that I haven't shared anywhere. This was the first place, but I'll be sharing those screenshots everywhere. They'll be on the Steam store. I'll probably do a little bit of an update as well as an announcement, an event, and then I will update the website. So you'll see the screenshots, or you can just see the VOD, whatever you want to do. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yeah, so that's why I'm trying not to compare myself to what I'm working on with Michael, because like what he's done is just amazing, and all the content creators that have helped is just made that experience better. So I can only hope that what I make is that successful. And there's days for everyone, and I know people just get in their own head, and that's what I've been doing that. So, but it's good, it's fine, we'll get there. As someone who is just getting into it, I have a newfound respect for what you do, because holy shit, even making modular components is a nightmare, let alone making a full-blown game. Mitch, the night shift was a huge learning experience for me in terms of what I was trying to accomplish and what I was trying to do. And I think in some aspects I did bite a lot more off than what I could chew in that time. But yeah, what I've learned from that I'm using for this. And Liz, what are you doing? Liz, I'm so far behind on chat. Liz, bye. No, Liz, what are you doing? Liz, it's 2 a.m. Liz should be sleeping. Yeah, Liz, you should be sleeping. What is this? Thank you so much for giving everyone that's here a sub. You didn't need to do that at all. Oh, fucking hell. What are you doing? Fucking Liz making me moisty eyeballs. Stop it. Liz, of course you're a gem and deserve to be spoiled sometimes. Liz. Thank you. You really don't need to at all. You're going to try him out. He's going to quiet kitten. I'm going to throw everything that's in the freezer out. And then... Fuck, no. Okay, we're not chucking everything out. Okay. Yeah, Liz, thank you so much. Fucking hell. Rolkus, thank you for gifting Liz a sub. Thank you. Yeah. Fucking hell. Thank you, Liz. Thank you to everyone who's Sada, thank you for gifting to MardeeBot. Liz, go to sleep. Stop gifting. Stop spending your money. Thank you so much to gifting to Jess. Thank you. Stop it. So many gifties. I know, everyone's so lovely. And ad break in 1 minute. Doesn't matter because people can it doesn't matter. Okay, good night. Everyone say night to Liz. Night, Liz. Thank you so much for being so generous. And yeah, night, Liz. Too nice, too amazing. All right. Oh my God. Thank you for gifting to Mucky Bum. There had to be a balance. Yeah. Thank you, Scots. Also, hey, Jess, I'm not sure if I said hey, but hello. Hey, Blue, how you doing? Welcome in. And to Jess as well. Did I miss someone? Clyde. Hello, Clyde. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone that's popped in. Yeah. Everyone's just too lovely, too nice. You got to stop. Damn it. But no, I guess everyone in chat can now do the Dan party. And the chuffed one, yeah, everyone and everyone's got access to Chip Smiles. I gotta, God damn it. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss any chat, anything important. Nerf, we should organize for Sus to attempt to speedrun the actual catacombs based on your game. Well, it's funny because a lot of people actually get lost in the catacombs, even with guides. So it's, I think there was one where someone got lost in the catacombs and they weren't found for ages. Of course, there's an account for Chip the Cat. Sada, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Chip the Cat. Fuck, why didn't we get one called Chip? Chip the Cat. Chip, a Twitch account. Who can we talk to at Twitch to get that name instead? Before you got into game development, did you study or work in any field that could have helped, or did you go into this completely blind but with a passion? So I've done some game dev before, but it was only through the Source SDK with Valve games. So Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike Source, Dave Defeat Source, Team Fortress 2. And those were all kind of ones that I did through my teenage years, because that's what all the cool kids were doing. No one else was doing it that I knew. So it was kind of weird for me to do this and then have friends and be like, did you want to play my map? And they're like, not really. And I'm like, okay. So, and then obviously the Steam Workshop wasn't a thing back then. So it was, really hard. So I kind of did a lot of single player games with Half-Life 2 and Episode 2, because that was the most recent Source version. And then, but outside of that, that would really be my only history with game development. I used to play a lot of games, as you know, I'm assuming we all did. Everyone that's here played games when they were a kid. And no, I mean, professionally, career-wise, I was in hospitality from year 10 in school. And then I was in hospitality up until 2020. So about 10, 12 years in hospo. And then COVID happened and I was like, I've been out of the job for 6 to 8 months. I forget how long I was out. And obviously that was a real rough time for everyone. And during that time I was like, fuck, I need to figure out something. So if this ever happens again, I can at least be at home and I can work on I can do something from home, and I'm not out of a job really. And then I studied, came across a university up here in Brisbane, Queensland, and I studied a Bachelor of Games Development, but they fast-tracked. It's not a regular time frame for a bachelor's, where it's usually like 3-4 years plus-ish for a bachelor's. This was like 2 years. So I had to basically quit my full-time job and do this full-time, and then I needed money. So I was also working hospitality while I was doing that. And then I finished and I got a job in the industry. and still in industry, but I'm continuing to do my stuff. So really, I haven't done anything professionally with game development before I went to study. So that's kind of like the history there. So I'm still fairly new with game development or professionally, but I've been kind of doing it unofficially for a long time. Please hide a blue keycard somewhere. Rolkus, the whole game is a blue keycard. You start, the first objective is, where's the blue keycard? Because that's, and then there's literally, you get a whole bunch of them just come at you, just everywhere. Blue keycards. But only one of the blue keycards work. And you've got to try, I think there's about 200 of them, and you've got to try individually try each card. None of them work. And you get an achievement. It's called Just For You, Rolkus. But no, there's no blue keycards. So I've got to figure out what to do. I'd love to visit the catacombs, but I probably wouldn't fit. You could probably 100%. You can do the public the public tour, and I'd love to do it as well at some point. I think it'll be really fucking cool. I've only seen pictures of people going around the public sector as a public space as well, and it's really cool. So it would be nice. Marty, I used to make God maps. Oh, fuck yeah. That's really cool. I didn't really touch Gold Source for Dave Defeat and like Counter-Strike 1.6 and Half-Life. It was really the Source engine that got me. I loved it. I found it really hard to go from the Source engine to Unity. And then going into Unreal, it was just like, it's the exact same to Hammer, but it's slightly different, but same, but different. I was once mentioned in the top 30 mods for Oblivion. Fuck yeah, Scots, that's so good. In a national magazine? Hell yeah. Hey, Minoto, how you doing? Welcome in. Do pixel art games have a future? 100% they do. Everyone loves pixel art games. There's a new one called, is it The Replacer? Scotchy was playing it the other day, or the other week. Forget what it was. But it was pixel art. It was Australian, and it was against AI or something. And people love pixel art games. That's a whole thing. So of course I've got a future. I think every type of game has a future. It just goes around in circles, right? There's what was it? The first kind of big thing was World War II games. And like every company in their child and their dog were making World War II games. And then the next thing was zombies. And then the next thing was something else. And now it seems to be like open world crafting games. So, and then at one point it's Metroidvanias. You've got, I can't think of it. Anyway, but yeah, like they just go around in circles. And there'll be a section, a time where people only put pixel art games out because that's what people want. But they'll come back. Everyone, yeah. Tried making a campaign map for Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. It was just 100 Sith versus 100 Jedi. They'd spawn, fight, and die, and you just sit there. Good times. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds was fucking sick. Did you know Aspire? I believe it was Aspire, the developer, were doing a remaster of Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, but I believe it's in development hell and potentially scrapped. But that reminds me, in Age of Empires, I absolutely loved making it like 8-player maps, and it would be the editor, and you'd put each civilization at like a pinpoint. So 4 in the corners and then 4 halfway along, and then you'd leave a little space around each kind of town center, and then the rest with trees. And you just had to create so many villages to even get there, and it would take you like 4 hours to get to the next civ. And then you'd just be like, I've got all this wood, I can only make archers or something. Like it was fucked. But yeah, I love doing all of that stuff. Same with the thing with Star Wars Jedi Academy and Jedi Outcast, because they were the same engine. You could spawn in other Jedi and other Sith, and you could just fucking go ham. It was great. It was great. Hey, Sai, how you doing? Welcome in. Sorry, I'm very behind on chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. How you look at games like Long Gone and Slain 2. Yeah, 100%. I started making maps in Star Wars Jedi Knight in the 90s. Fuck, what a great game, though. There really needs to be another one. I think, obviously, the new Jedi Survivor... Oh, man, I can't even think. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Star Wars Jedi... Anyway, there's a third one coming. Hopefully this year. But they really need to do, like, mods for that. Maps. If they did maps, yeah, it'd be really good. But there's not one like Jedi Knight or Jedi Academy or anything like that anymore. It sucks. Pixel art games are timeless and nostalgic and very hard to make well. 100% agreed. The blue keycard is Rox's white whale. Maybe that's the achievement, Splurge. The achievement is called the white whale. How did you land of Unreal Engine compared to any other engine? So it's funny. Similar to how I kind of got into games from Hospo, is we actually, as the uni project for the night shift, was in Unity, and at uni I basically mained at uni. I mainly used Unity, and that's all we did. And then Unity came out and did their stupid policy thing, and then I was like, well, I don't really agree with this. I don't want to do anything to do with that. So I moved to Unreal, and I haven't looked back, mainly because I've spent a lot of money on the Fab Store and spent so long learning the Unreal Engine ecosystem. But I probably won't go further than Unreal 5.8. If I ever upgrade to that, 5.6 is fine for me at the moment. But yeah, I won't go to the next version of Unreal just because of AI and all of that. Like, every game is going to have to be using, have disclaimers for AI with that. And I don't want that there. So I'm going to stick with an un-AI'd engine so I can do it my way. Octopath Traveler 1 and 2. I have only played 1, I believe. Hey, Bash, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm sorry, I'm very behind on chat. You might have gone. But if you're still here, welcome in, and I hope you're doing well. Book cataloging games, woo. Yeah. Trends are cyclical. Yeah. I went to get foods and ended up with a gift sub. Liz is so nice. Liz is lovely. Liz came in and was just gifting everyone, and then said, it's 2 a.m. I should be in bed. And then just gifted everyone a sub, and then was like, peace. She's just, yeah, too lovely, too amazing. And she needs to just sleep. So, yeah, I don't foresee myself going to 6 yet. I think there'll be a lot of people in the same boat as well. Yeah, Rolkus is as well. So it's just, yeah, like, I don't know. There'll be some people that do it. A lot of studios will probably do it because of there are a lot of cool things with it. But the biggest thing is the whole AI and having to basically have that disclaimer for every UE6 game, whether you use it or not. because it's so ingrained into the engine, which sucks. So hopefully they'll do a UE6 AI-less edition or UE7, and they'll kind of rip all of that out. But it's also hard because I do use a lot of blueprints, and if they're not going to probably get rid of it immediately with UE6, but it'll be like UE 6.4 or 5 or something where they end support for it, and you've now got to use their new thing. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I like blueprints. I like doing that. And if I didn't use blueprints, I would just learn C++, and then I'll do everything in C++. So I don't want to use their weird thing. No, thank you. Not for me. I'm doing good. Oops, caps. That's good, Bash. I'm glad. Be nice if it was an option and that didn't force the AI tag. 100%. And this is the other thing. So it won't force anyone. So like people it's even the same thing at the moment, right? There'll be games on Steam that use AI that don't disclose it. And there'll be a bunch of UE6 games that don't disclose it as well. But then obviously if you do have a UE6 game, you don't disclose it, and then it's like, oh, this is actually using UE6. It's like, once the population figure that out, they're going to be like, well, if you didn't disclose it, what else did you use? Like, at what point did you use AI and not use AI? And so it's just kind of safer just to stick away from that. And I put it in the Discord, but I also put it in SAS's Discord because I know a lot of people, there's a lot of tech heads in SAS's as well. But the video it talks about the increase over the years and kind of the trajectory of AI-based games on Steam. Thankfully, they're projected and kind of doing worse than human-made games. Surprise, surprise. But they're only like averaging around the 77, the popular ones at least, averaging around the 77% positive, whereas human-made ones at that kind of same level are around like the 85% positive. So it's still it's good that they're doing much less, but it's not enough. So it will get there. I'm like, it's a whole new system, whole new environment that no one is ready for. So there'll be a few changes in terms of what developers have to disclose. Because at the moment it's only player-facing assets. So for example, if you use AI to help code, you don't need to disclose that. Obviously you can, but you don't need to. However, if you use it for assets or sound, you have to. So there's that fine line at the moment, and I'm assuming that at some point there'll be a shift where, it might even get to a point where the tag is useless. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't, because it helps differentiate between what is made with passion and love compared to a game that's just put together by AI artists. And, but yeah, it's a deep hole of shit when you start talking about AI and all of that. So I'm glad I didn't get too deep into Unreal Engine. Well, the thing is, Grim, like, to be honest, Unreal Engine is fine up until 5.8. Deep hole, Marty 2020. Thank you, Zuno. Unreal Engine's fine. It's just, some developers don't know. I say some, most don't know how to optimize it effectively. And obviously, as an indie, you don't have access to different computer setups, which is a huge thing. but then developers obviously when they release it, then need to kind of retroactively go back and be like, okay, so it's not working for this system, if they obviously know the system specs that it's not working on. So for example, for the night shift, recently I found a streamer kind of was playing it, ran into a crash, and thankfully I was there. And then I asked them to send me a bunch of stuff, and I couldn't figure out why it was crashing for this particular person, because I would play and I'm like, it's not crashing for me. And after a bit of Googling, I found that it only potentially occurs if it's trying to do a specific thing on a hard drive. And the issue is, this particular streamer, I'm not going to ask them, be like, hey, what's your hard drive and what speed is it? Because most people won't know where to look or how to find out. And even if they came back with that information, I don't know what the fuck to do with that information. So with that, I tried to circumvent it a little bit by adding, a bit of a delay, and but by the sounds of it, it's kind of still happening. So they've mentioned that they need to upgrade their system and stuff, but that is one of the many issues in terms of indie development where, and this is me being proactive and reaching out and trying to find stuff, but there's a lot of devs that don't. Like, a lot of devs will just be like, my game's out, I don't really care about performance because it works fine on my computer and it should work fine on a 5090. And everyone that doesn't have a 5090, they deserve to have 2 frames a second kind of thing. So it's a whole thing. But if you can optimize Unreal Engine using different, techniques, it ends up being quite a powerful system. It just has to be done well. And a lot of devs just don't. I still kind of wish I could use Unity, but I also don't trust them to not do their dodgy shit from a few years ago. Yeah. Scotchy, thank you for gifting 1 sub to Tummy Custard. Thank you so much for that, Scotchy. Welcome in. How you doing? How'd you go with Restory today? I played a little bit as well at lunchtime. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's very, very chill. Very chill. It's also, it's hard to, and that's why I haven't gone back, Jantha, is that I just don't trust them to not do their dodgy shit again. And they probably won't, because they got a lot of backlash. But the next thing is AI, right? Unity's probably going to start doing it. I haven't been following Unity and their plans. Every time. I forgot, Scott. I always forget. I don't trust it. But then also, Unreal are fucking it up for the next version as well. So you can't really trust anyone. Godot might be the next step. I do want to learn Godot, but might be a later thing, I think. Can you stick with an old version, or they force it on you? You can stick with an old version. Yeah. So you can download. So I could download Unreal 4 if I wanted to, and I could try and make, a game similar to Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, or something like that, right? So you can definitely download older versions as well. Well, people are going to get bankrupted by the EU. Agreed. Yep. The future of Unreal 6 and AI made me feel so uneasy that I jumped to Godot and learning that ecosystem. Not as powerful, but truthfully, I just want to create games similar to the Nintendo 64 era. And there's so many great games coming out on Godot as well. You can find a whole bunch. Some games you don't even know are made on Godot. I just download it and it's like got the little Godot symbol. I'm like, fuck, that's so cool. You play it and you're like, this is really good. And then there's obviously same thing. you know, some games you just I just trash on Godot as well. Yeah. If they don't disclose it. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Yep. If they use Google search to research actual sites, not the AI, but the AI comes up first anyway, would that not count as using AI? That's probably a bit nitpicky. I mean, yeah, look, it's hard to say. That's probably a bit too nitpicky because, like, even on your phone as well, right? Phones have AI in it. You know, is that using it? It's so difficult. There's a fine line. I'd probably say Google thing isn't in terms of game development. However, if you are making a game and you Google something, you should definitely go a little bit further than the AI overview. So, fuck, I'm so behind. Streamers don't look up. They're going to know. They aren't going to know the speed of their spinning. Yeah, 100%. And they're not. And it's not something that I don't know, you should be asking anyway. Because, like, what? Oh yeah, it's your hard drive speed. Maybe upgrade your to a SSD or a NVMe, and then you can play my game. So, it's really hard. It's a fine line. Everything's a fine line. The good old, it works on my PC. Fucking hell, Mitch. Every day I hear it. Not for the night shift, but at work. I still remember an app my previous work had made had two bugs that occurred in very edge case situations. One the client knew about, and then one they didn't, but we could never figure out the solutions to them. Yeah. Yep. And there's a couple with the night shift as well. And they don't break the game. They're just they're a couple bugs, and I'm like, I'm not going to fix them. Seems pointless. Hey, Scotchy. The problem with the older version of Unreal Engine, if you're doing mobile apps, some mobile OS do force the update to UE versions. Yeah, it's because of the support as well. But I don't know. I feel like if you're using Unreal Engine, yeah, you can make a mobile game or an app. You're going to get the most out of it, even with those older versions on PC. You know, like, if you're going to make a mobile app or game or whatever, Unity, like, yeah, I don't. To get a Unreal Engine game working on mobile, you have to do so much behind the scenes, like engine level changes to make it optimized. And that's what we had to do for. I wasn't there at the time, but that's what they had to do for the Oregon Trail. That's what we had to do for My Little Pony. That's what we had to do for Carmen Sandiego. We had to do a lot of engine level changes, and it was just it's almost hell to get for an indie. Impossible, because there are so many variations of phone. Fucked. Absolutely fucked. And as an indie, you couldn't do it. We, when I was doing all these games and doing the mobile versions of them, there would be days where we would have a new fold, a new flip phone, but then we'd also have an iPhone 8 or something. There would be obviously like a cutoff for OS, especially with Unreal and stuff, but like it's much harder for an indie to do a mobile game on Unreal. Godot seems super underrated for those not in the know. 100%. And it keeps on doing much, much better each and every day. I think they've banned people from implementing or adding AI code to the source code of Godot or contributing to the community stuff or whatever, because there are a lot of issues. But yeah, like that's such a good community to get into. So if any of you are looking into game development, Godot would be a good start. But if you do want to work on something a bit more heavy hitter that's got all the backup, Unreal Engine 5, I kind of be wary of Unity. I still am. Look at us, boys, all pumping with each other. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I didn't even see the one that Dan put. Yeah. So many pinnable messages. Yeah, that's right. Zuna's watching show. Ain't ya? She's ignoring me. That's okay. So sorry, Brain is asking dumb questions. Grimmy, you could never ask dumb questions. I actually love it when you ask questions, Grim. Ask more. Ask more, please. Steez. What about an MLP app? Oh, you answered my question. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Dan. Answered. There were reasons we had to use Unreal Engine for mobile for certain projects, but I agree it wouldn't be my first choice for it. No, 100%. It's there's definitely a lot more work for Unreal Engine to work performantly on phones. The other thing as well is heat. I remember we had a lot of heating issues with some phones. What else was there? Resolutions as well. Fucking resolutions. The screen size is fucked. Every phone has a variation of what it should be. Even ones that are 16:9 aspect ratios are still slightly fucked. It's not exactly like 1920 by 1080. It's like, I don't know, 1788 by whatever the 16:9 version of that is. Like, it's just it's fucked. And to account for all these resolutions, I wouldn't do it again. Wouldn't do it again. Thankfully, I didn't have to do the coding for it. I didn't have to do any of that stuff. But I was QA for most of it, and that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun at all. Like, there would be times where I'd have about 10 phones, all different, in front of me, and I would have to play all of them and just make sure they all look the same. And it was, and then there'd be issues with specific phones compared to other phones as well. And then that's a whole fuck around. So, hey, Doomies, welcome in. How you doing? Just use the JZ Doom engine. Yeah, fuck. I love all this game dev talk, Marty. I have no idea what you're talking about most of the time, but seeing people passionate about it and doing it solo with how things are these days is great. I love seeing solo devs and even just small teams put out projects that are different and well made. So, for example, Skin Stapler, great, loved it. Iron Nest, which we'll be playing today, the demo for that was fucking baller, and that was made by 2 people. Like, it's, yeah. Small teams are, there's more and more each week because of all the layoffs as well, and then also newcomers, because the games industry brings in more money than the music, than the film, than all of that. And it's the worst industry professionally to be in compared to the rest. So it's one of those things where there's the dream of being a game developer and seeing all these one-offs like Schedule 1 made by Tyler down in Sydney, and a solo dev who wasn't a coder, who wasn't a game developer, who was I think he was a musician. No, not a musician. He was a painter or something, I think. It's been a while since I've read the story, but basically he stopped what he was doing and was like, I'm going to become a game dev, learned how to code, learned how to fucking animate, model, all of that, and then just did Schedule 1. And that earned how much money over a small period of time, and is still kind of a really good game put together, good a good core loop. It's all of that. 18 mil, yeah. And he ended up making a studio for Schedule 1. I have opinions on that. I don't think he should have, and I think he should have just retired and then kept on doing whatever he wants to do. But he wanted to make a studio, and he's hired a bunch of people, and they continue to work on it. But I love seeing those kind of stories, and it's the dream. And then there's, people come in and don't know how to do anything, so then they turn to AI, and then that's when all these games start coming out that are all AI created, and then they wonder why they're not making millions of dollars, because you're also competing against 300 games each month. I think it's like 50 other games every day or something. It's a ridiculous number every day that people are competing for, players' attentions and players' times and players' money. Like it's ridiculous how many games come out on Steam each day. So it's really hard for any team, big or small, outside of AAA spaces to make it. So I inherited that project from another guy at the office. Oh no, Janther. And I had like 16 different phones and tablets at my place during COVID lockdowns while I was testing on all devices. He was fucked. Yeah, fuck. So you know exactly. Gross. Yeah. I'm sorry you went through that. That sounds disgusting. I developed mobile sites pre-2008, so pre-iPhone. User agent sniffed almost 7,000 different devices, supported everything from WAP to iMode. Ah, yes. WAP and iMode. I know exactly what those are. I have no idea. But that sounds like hard work, and congratulations or my condolences, Nerf, for doing that. It's pronounced GZ Doom, and there's some awesome games that came out on Set Engine like Celeco and Total Chaos. Oh, cool. Iron Nest is fucking unreal. Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it's on Unreal as well, but it's fucking good. Hey, Cosmic, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm sorry I'm a little bit behind. If you're still here, I hope you're doing well. I dropped out of psychology for game dev. Yeah, nice. Hell yeah. I guess the good thing is that you would have, depending on how long you were at in your psychology course or professionally, how long you were doing that for, at least you'd be able to then turn that into player psychology and what would players be looking for, how did their minds work. So that would really help you in game dev for placement of things and for for feelings as well. That would be baller, actually. Yeah, that's nuts. Do you know Jordan Mochi, who made Conscript? Great game and an Aussie too. No, so I don't know him, but I did actually meet him, I believe, or someone else that worked on Conscript down at PAX, not last year, year before. Or was it last year? I don't know. They seemed lovely. I've got Conscript. I actually do need to spend more time on it. Might be a good game for stream, actually. Yeah, maybe. But I enjoyed it for what I played. It's a shame. I don't think it did amazing in terms of sales, if I remember correctly. Why is my keyboard working? Keyboard. Work. Conscript. Yeah, so 2,000 reviews, and I believe like 5% of players do that for do a review. So what is that? 4,000. So about 400,000 copies, maybe, give or take. So that's still pretty good for like a solo dev and publisher. So yeah, I do need to play it though properly. So need to check that out. I saw someone tweet out a deer An incredibly talented friend of mine is cooking up a masterpiece and linked a Steam page. On the Steam page, title redacted, was developed as a solo dev project, and AI was used with careful oversight to support the creative process for both art and code. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Incredibly talented. Yeah. It's like the same people that call themselves AI artists, but really they're just typing in a couple words and then saying, no, don't keep that, keep that. Don't, you're not an artist. You just type. You idiot. Yeah, it's fucked. That video you posted was great. Dan, that YouTuber as well has done a bunch of videos. Not so much on that, but just kind of like the state of the game development world, the game industry. And like most videos that he puts out are rather informative. So if you kind of like that one, definitely check out the rest. Yeah. I was keen for a test-based horror strategy coming out, but the whole thing is AI. Oh, text-based. Gross. Like, dude, it's text-based. Just, yeah. Text-based is usually super easy. It's just multiple choice, and you have a couple of questions pop up and then text. Stupid. You shouldn't need AI for that. That's rather basic. Dumb. Hey, Bella, how you doing? Welcome in. Did you forget you're millennia old? We don't know how phrases are conceived. We don't know those phrases we weren't conceived. 100%. I hope you're doing well, Bella. Also, I'm a little behind, so hello. Hope you're doing well, lovely. Well, I'm not a designer. I'm trying to be a realistic 3D character modeling. Ooh, very exciting. That's, I can't do character modeling at all. I would love to. I'd love to be able to learn how to do it. Maybe one day. It's just a world that I've just never really done. But everything else, hard surface I can do. But yeah, that's insane. Realistic as well. So good luck with that endeavor. Yes, I streamed Conscript. Still one of my fave games I've streamed. Really exciting. Okay, I'll have to give that a go. I understood nothing of those words. I watched a couple of them. He's good. Yeah, no, he's on it. He's very knowledgeable, and obviously he's got a team behind him of, look out for news as well, but he knows what he's talking about, I think. Can't wait until someone invents Skynet using ChatGPT. I don't think it would work, Doomies. It would fail drastically. Did you see a bloke broke a gym booking security using their AI assistant? Fuck, really? Dumb. Also, hello chat, because for being antisocial, even in text form. That's okay, Doomies. We all get it. We all get it. Correction on the gym booking thing. Ooh, quick, he's catching up. I'm caught up, Bella. No, don't say words. I'm caught up. He didn't do it intentionally. Huh. Interesting. Did he bop you? Chip just bit Zuna. Exciting. How exciting. No, I don't queef and tub. Thank you very much. Hey, Rolfie, how you doing? Welcome in. All he did was ask the chatbot if he could book in and take someone's spot. And it removed the person who booked it. That's hilarious. Oh, my God. Hope you're well. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. Hope you're doing well, too. He literally told OpenClaw, make a booking for this. Oh, I'm fourth in the queue. Is there anything you can do to speed it up? And OpenClaw exploited a vulnerability in API and cancelled other people. Fuck, that's great. Oh my God. Holy shit. The future of AI is here. Hell yeah. Did you have to tell chat? How many hours of housework? Yeah, 5 to 14. Yeah. Hey, fuck, I do 5 to 14 hours. Thank you very much. I just haven't passed a couple of weeks because I've had pneumonia. Yeah, and I've been doing stuff. Jesus. Oh no, here we go. Now you've got chat going. Fucking hell, here we go. Here we go. Finally AI actually helping out. He asked it to undo the removal and it couldn't do it. Jesus. We know Zucona, we know. But who will feed Marty? Me, Criffy. Me. Zuna is a good cat mum. Yeah, Zuna's the best. At least Cheap. At least Chip will be eating good. Maybe. Apparently the OpenAI head of ethics, head of safety systems, and head of mission alignment have all quit in the last few weeks. Yeah, fucking hell. My mother-in-law put Zach as 0. Is that true, though? I'm sure it's not. Surely Zach would do more than 0. Surely. No, we both entered like under 5. Chip will be eating good on Marty's ankles later. No, I'm not standing. He's not going to touch him at all. All right. We done yaps. We've done the yaps. We're going to get into it because I'm pretty keen to jump in as well. It's not we both do around 5 because we're spoiled. Yeah, we do as well. I don't know what Zuna's talking about. We both do 5 to 14. All right. Oh. That could have been dangerous. I had the game up and everything. All right. Cool. What am I doing? Here we go. Although I've got to pause music. Stop. Beautiful. Is this going to work? We'll find out. Chip eating Marty's dinner. How you feel about some jelly and fish in a pouch? I don't know how I feel about that. Play a game, you scrub. I'm getting there, Scotchy. Cheese willikers. How are we doing for audio? Okay, we'll give it a go. We shall give it a go. Does Chip ever get a chip as a treat? Not a chip, but he loves chicken as a treat. He loves chicken. When we've got chicken thigh or chicken breast or whatever, he goes feral. As soon as we open the pack, he just comes out of. I notice you're not accepting calls on stream. Yeah, because I'm not online, Dan. There we go. Interesting. And also Anthropic have said every bit of text and image video will have a watermark, which is hilarious because they're basically stealing other people's art to create art. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Yeah, I did notice that as well, actually. Set game tug time. No tug time. No tug time. Dan, you can tug time on your own time, mate, which is about an hour away, mate. So tug them. Zach does the shopping and the finances and I do the rest, and then mother-in-law gets a cleaner every fortnight to do bits and bobs and floors. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, evenly split. Do love our cleaner. 2 hours into stream and finally launching game. Sass, have you done something with your hair? It's off. All the hair is off. All of it. I notice you're not accepting. Oh no, I've already read that. Why am I saying the same message twice? I didn't realize they were in today, and I literally just did a big happy sigh when I walked in. Yeah. Yeah, no, he does love spinach too. Oh man, he goes feral for spinach, doesn't he? If I remember correctly. Yeah. What else does he go feral for? It was chicken, spinach, and there was something else that he like. I just can't think of what it is. It's been a while, I think. Anyway. Did he eat? He just didn't touch it. He's never eating ever again. We're never giving him food because this is what it is. All of it. What have I told you? Weenus. I see some folk have made fonts that AI can't read unless I dreamt that. I think I've seen that on Twitter, and people are like, what does this say? And then you've got people that are also training it too, and they're like, it doesn't say that, it says this. And then, you know, Grok or whatever it is on Twitter's like, oh, now I can see it. And you're like, no, stop training it, because then it just knows. Stop it. Anyway, cool. Let's get into it. We're starting. I'm not reading that. Rotate. Elevate. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that, mate. Son of a gun. All right. All right. This is Iron Nest. We're in this big gun, and we got to put the shells in the gun to make it go boom. Read. Cool. Okay. So this is our map of the... Very cool. Train it with the wrong words. Yeah, but people don't, Jantha. People don't. People say the right thing, and then it's just, it trains it, and it's like, no, that's not... No. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Bella. So this is really cool. So it prints this out, and then I've got this clipboard here, and then I can basically, if I remember, so we click, and then it adds it to the clipboard. And then our target is there. So then we go over to here, and then we go H3, 5, 5. We go there. And then the target is at Q. Oh, no, where's the... There was... Oh, did they change? I don't know. I remember... No. It's not it. I think it's... Oh no, it was... Yeah, this one. There we go. So Q4, 420, 42. So it's already done that. But I can... Is that with that one? No. I think it's yellow. Yellow shows me distance. So 5, 5. There we go. And then 4, 2. Nice. Here we go. And then the compass gives me the distance. So I won't be able to use that one just... it doesn't really change anything for me at the moment. But... And I believe... So they're the different rounds. So I think we have only got LE and AP, if I remember correctly. No, HE. So that. So when I hit, I'll be able to... So ideally, the HE round will demolish anything that's in this area here. We don't have to worry about that. Don't have to worry about it. What's the distance? So 8.89. $8.89, and then we want to... I don't think I can change that, can I? Not yet. I don't have charges. Okay. Okay, yep, there we go. And I think this one up here is using the thing. And then... So I need to do 2 charges. So that one does that. We load that one. And then that comes back. Do I need to... Load 2 charges. Yeah, yeah. Did I... Oh, there we go. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. There we go. Now I remember. It's not a second one of those, it's 2 of those. Yep. And then we go... bloop, and it loads it in. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh. And then that goes in. Inserts. Does that. And then... Are you in, Marty? Just starting, actually, Fishy. Just starting. So we need to take this to... 53 degrees up. Which would be... there. Now, I don't believe I need to worry about rotating. I believe. He's always winning. He's got Dan. I've got you. No? You want me to have Dan? Okay. Then you can have Gub. Okay. You just... Okay. Gotcha. That's fine. Don't look at it that way. She's taken. Okay. And then 34. Done. So that's ready. We can't rotate... No, the rotation is there. We need to figure out... 85.3. We're rotating. 85.3. Fuck. Fuck. Come on. 85.3. Cool. Okay, we're good. Now, we sit in the chair. And we click that. Click that, click that, click that, click that. That. Dan, what the fuck is that, man? I'm not reading all that. I said what I said, sir. Sorry, Bella. My mistake. I shouldn't have done that. This motherfucker has been on Misato bathwater again. Huh? He's drinking someone Sass's marches. It is Tuesday, my dudes. A cruel angel's thesis. I don't think... Read it. I don't want to read it, Dan. I wish I had $1 every time I heard Dan, what the fuck. We should start that, actually. Cool. And then it's just gone. Thought it was Thursday. It's Thursday somewhere in the world, Grimmy. Somewhere in the world. Somewhere in the world. Rolfie, I'd be fucking living it up, mate. It's not. Dan, you don't know that, mate. You don't know that. Here we go. Here we go. Kaboom. Oh, fuck. Did I get a... Was it a bit of friendly fire there? Yep. Yes, sir. Thank you, Bella. I'll have another drink. My mistake. Okay, I believe I can just exit and get rid of that. Get rid of that, because I don't need it. Okay, I gotta go EP. EP time. Oh, they've added a little kitty cat. Can I? F to pick up. Huh? Oh, where am I putting them? What am I doing with them? Oh. Oh, these are all the founding Patreon people. Okay. No, of water. I don't have water here, Bella. I don't have it. I don't got it. I just don't. Me when he coddles my Molly till I feel appreciated. It's my orange son. Pumpkin, we pick him up like a baby too. Yeah, that we pick up Chip like that as well. He's currently loafing on the floor. What? You're gonna make her get you water after she cleans the house for you? No. What? Why are you laughing? I'm getting accused of something that I didn't even ask you to do. I don't even know where to put this cat. Oh, no, I don't want to exit the mission. Why would that exit the mission? I don't know where to put this cat. Is there a little bed for it? Oh, okay. Oh my god, you could have a little hat. He could be a kitten. Cat name. Chat, what's a cat name? Chip. Chipler. It's World War II. He's gotta be Chipler. Oh, no. Hang on. I got a thing for this. It could be a kitten, and it can be a biggie. General hat. Red. Eye color. Blue's really blue. Oh, okay. Fucking hell, there's 58. Okay. Can I... No, I want to get closer. How do I get closer? I want to... Your model... Yeah. I'm trying to find one that's just not black and orange. Is Chip a smoochy boy? Yes. Yes, he is. He is a huge smoochy boy. A widow hat. Yeah, a widow hat. I'm back from purgatory. Enjoy my ad revenue. Oh, fuck. You're nads. I thought you were going away for dinner or something. That's okay. Welcome back after ads. Oh, he's looking up. You are the adorable kitty cat. Dan, grow up. 17. What are you? Needs to be darker. Dark brown? We got a... Orange? Orange? Don't want orange, want brown. What was that one? Sorta. Oh, I can... Head round. He does have a bit of a round head, doesn't he? Head square? No. Oh, that's real square. Maybe let's just do that. Ears round. Would it help if he's big? Oh, he does look so cute. Okay. Snout up. Let's do that. Snout size. Oh, he's so cute. This wouldn't be a place for a cat at all, by the way. Oh, he could be like a real fucking slinky cat. Move your head forwards. What are you trying to do, Grim? Sorry. Oh my god, Iron Nest. Yes. Yeah. They didn't have a cat in the demo, so this is new gameplay here. Bella, I'm so sorry Marty doesn't want you here. He gets like this sometimes. No, I didn't say that at all, Dan. Don't put words in my mouth, please. Ever. This is a lot of cat sliders in a game not about cats. 100%. Oh, you suck. I wish I could get closer to him so I could change some of these fucking... I think it's the square round that's really fucking with the... He's so cute. Okay, 36. Let's have a look at some of these other ones. No. I like 36 the most, I think. There we go. It's not 1-to-1. But you're saying cats can't like heavy artillery? Racist. No, I'm saying that the cat's got sensitive ears. Chipler, no. He's look at him go. I'll chat, never mind. You need to zoom in. Yeah, I do. I couldn't do it. Toilet. Okay. We're gonna get a Maine Coon for our next cat. Oh, splurge. We I think we wanted to get a Maine Coon, but the place that we're in at the moment is probably too small for a Maine Coon. So, but we will be getting a second cat eventually, I think, at some point. He did say that. I didn't. No, I didn't, Dan. Are we using the cats as munitions? Fuck, could you imagine? Hold enter. Okay. Okay. Start mission. Scotchy Band. Marty, I think it's a little problematic that you're opting to use the cat as ammunition. Why BH? I'm not Dan. Thank you very much. Was it better for me to be in this side or this side? Let's try back on here, but if it gets in the way, I'll move back. I'll slide back over. Open up. Yeah, Scotchy was just asking a question. You don't have to do it. Yeah, but... You know? Okay, so... Here, we've got... INS is still at 5-5. Spotter and spotter. Alright. Let's get drawing. We have 3 cats at the moment. Oh, get 3. 3 cats. Splurge recommended. We can't have 3 cats here. Maybe you can call the cat Chocolate, so you get chocolate and chip. Now, we were thinking of, I don't know, we were thinking of all sorts of names that coincide with Chip as well. I think Blue I could use as spotters. I can use Blue as spotter. Alright. Whatever, man. Don't be like that, Dan, okay? Grow up. Potato. Yes, you can. You already said you were getting 3. No, I didn't say we're getting 3, thank you. Okay, 1 is at L963. L963. Done. And then spotter 2 is at L212. L212. Okay. I didn't read the rest of this. Actually, typewriter? Oh, this one. Oh, okay, yep. Alright, now we... is it the red one? Yes, it is. We'll use the yellow one, actually. Oh, Dan asked for you to swap your cam window with the game window for some reason. Dan, I'm not doing that. Hey, Taters, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're going well. Coda Gem. Speaking of spuds. Swap windows. I'm not swapping windows, Dan. Grow up. Grow up. Okay, 6-3. And we want to go 9-4. That doesn't sound right. 9-4. Exactly. So if we go 9-4. There we go. And then 52 from this one. Oh, maybe it does sound right, actually. 52. There we go. X marks the spot. It's one of these ones. And then if we go back. Cool. Showhead Dan. Fucking hell. Anyone tuning into Dan's stream tonight is going to be in for an interesting night. He seems to be on one, much like usual. Do I just need to shoot over there? I forget. Or do... No, I can't do the plane yet. HE only. Okay. So let's do that. So... bearing... Oh, no. Wait. Oh, wait. Hang on. It's from me. Right. Yep. If I do that there. So 63. 13.11 kilometers and 66.3. How many kilometers? 13.11. Okay. Better get those houses too in case they're using them for cover. That's the plan. 13.11, right? Yep. 13.11. Cool. We use 3. And gimme. Okay. And then we go HE. Put it in. What do I doubt? Mrs. Taylor said. Mop smile. Fishy, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. Dan's not streaming tonight, bucko. What do you mean, Dan? It's Tuesday. Shows who reads Discord. When did you update Discord? Was it? Did you update it when? Oh, here we go. Okay, Marty bot. Now you do it. Did you update Discord when I was streaming, Dan? Because I'm streaming. Dan not streaming. Hello, fucking read the update. Oh my god. Even tagged the motherfucker. I swear to God, if I look at Discord and it was posted within the last 2 hours and 20 minutes, you're on the shit list, Dan. And 66.3 degrees. I need to go more. More! Marty's just sad he won't see Dan's pretty face tonight. Yeah, well... You know? It's kind of rude. 66.3. Fuck, too far, too far. 66.3. 66.3. Cool. This game is so satisfying for the TISM. 100%. There's just something about it. And then when you get like the different abilities and then both guns going. Oh, literally before you went live, champ. Well, I was probably getting ready. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't ever get ready ever again. 52. 44. Okay. Go fuck. Yuck. Dan. Oh. Okay, Dan. 5:52 p.m. Well, I was live at that time, Dan. It was just It was just the starting soon screen. I was getting ready. I can't just stop everything to 5:42. My mistake. Oh well, I probably could have seen it actually. My mistake. I should probably turn notifications on for your Discord, by the way. It's muted. Marty, I love you, but your head dent is getting out of control right now. Screaming. What head dent? Do I have a head dent? Oh, she's just laughing at me now. All right, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. We're gonna yeet it. We're gonna give it the old 1-2. The old 1-2 pull. Hey. We'll find out. Oh, it's not giving me the cinematic because I'm not in the chair. Let's have a look. What do we think? Do we think it's gonna kill everyone? The dent is start to affect him. Oh, this is fuck. This place is a prison. I also have Dan's Discord muted. Yeah, good. What's his head dent? I don't know, Splurge. Don't know. I have 99% of Discord's muted. Yeah. We've got Kabloon. Got him. Fuck, there's 2 more. Alright. You. Get rid of you. I need to figure out. I think I can just get that one actually. So 5-5. And then I go there. Move that. Alright. I don't know how to... Oh, it's the red one, isn't it? The red one does them. Yeah, nice. Okay, maybe I do that. And then I go kablango. There we go. Now I don't have to fucking remember it all. It's just there. Okay. Alright. Alright. Why no sound the horn when you fire? Don't need to. I don't need to sound... What horn? Is that the horn? Kitty! He meowed. Oh, he's just resting. I'm sorry, buddy. That would have been really loud for your ears. Chat wanted me to do it. I'm sorry. Oh. I can make a cup of coffee. Don't know what I'd make a cup of coffee for. You sound the horn for... Oh, I didn't know there was a fucking horn. Sorry, Daniel. And Fishy. I'm sorry. It's okay, though. It's in the list of Discords that I checked for. I believe in Harvey Dent. There's no Dent. This place is a prison. 13.1. Okay, we keep 3. Gimme. And then we go... Yep. Psychic damage on top of the Hellfire. That is true, actually. It does sound very nice. Alright. Load them up, boys. Oh, well, if there's not going to be any fucking dance stream tonight, everyone's got to fucking spread the love. What's everyone having for dinner tonight? Because no one's going to ask that question. If I don't, who's going to ask the question? Dan won't. You know? Oh, I fell. Let's do that. Okay, do I need to turn this at all? 60... Oh, yes, okay. 68.1. Perfect. I did that... Oh. Okay, yep, good. I had baked beans on toast as my only meal of today. Yeah, but how good's baked beans on toast, though? Curry sausage with rice. Oh, delicious. Dinner, what is this? A dance stream? Someone's got to do a dance stream tonight. Someone has to. Thank you for not judging my food choices. No, baked beans on toast are great. Love it. Zuna's nodding her head away as well. I can see it in the corner of my eyes. I'm not even... What? What? Don't perceive me. Okay, cool. Cool. We sit. Dan, I swear to God. Why'd you just send me a picture of me? It's not even Mardied. You do that. Horn. Fire in the hole. Beautiful. Beautiful. What do you mean proof there's the head dent? What do you mean? Gotta open the fucking chat again. What the... Dan. Whatever. There's no head dent there. Now it's photoshopped. What else have we got? We got ramen from a place that's usually pretty popular. Was delish. Oh. There's a number of great ramen places about. We've got a couple near us actually that we go to every now and then. Very yum. Very nice. Leftover pizza? Oh, yum. One Volavent. Poverty nachos. Yum, yum, yum. Lava beans on toast. See? Everyone loves the beans on toast. I could go for some toast right now. Yeah. Head dent proof. No, I see what he's talking about. Onsen ni sweet demoi masuka. Whatever. Whatever. Pay no attention to Daniel. Okay. What do we got here? Star shell only. Do I have a star? Oh, yeah, no, I do. I do have a star shell. Star shell. Okay. So star shell only. Fire in the vicinity of the coordinates below. Okay. Why does he look like a bunny? Yeah. We don't have a toaster. No, we don't have a toaster, do we? We do need to get one. We do need to get one. We want to get a good one. We had a shitty Big W one before. It wasn't good. I think we got crumpets at one point and they didn't fit in. We got something and it didn't fit in properly and that was weird. I got a big arch. It was pretty good. Yum, yum, yum. Let me put the stream on TV. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, Criffy, don't be like that. How good's a ramen, though? Ramen's great. Love a good ramen. My #1 favorite dish. Fill that mutt full of pork and coriander. I have a Kmart $10 toaster and it's lasted 2019 when I bought it. Yeah, I think it can go hit or miss with some of the stuff, to be honest. Alright. Bearing 250 from spotter 1. Bearing 250. 250. Yep. And how many kilometers? 4.2. So we get to 4.2. And then we go the other way. 250. There we go. And then we go there. There? No. A bit further. There we go. Right there. Smack bang there. Okay. Okay. And then... Does this just give the same shit, different smell? Yeah, it does. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay. Are you fucked in the head, Coriander? Grow up. Sad that we lost the Spider-Man toaster. You had a Spider-Man toaster? Man. I nearly government named you. You shush. Dan, have you taken your meds today, bud? Okay. And then we go yellow. And we go wee. And if we go fuck. If we go 6-9, there we go. Nope. Get rid of you. I want red. I want to be able to take the numbers with me. Go there. Bam. Okay. Beautiful. We have the numbers. We need to go the other way. 4, 3, 6. I can just do 1. Kablang. Let's load you up. Marty, thoughts on coriander? Yeah, it's good. I like coriander. Coriander fucking sucks, Dan. Fish, can you grow up, champ? That's gonna bite me on the ass, I think. Maybe unrefined palate for some fish lips. Okay, and we need to go all the way back. To 1.4. Stop. 1, 4. Okay, and then you. Okay, 52.32. Okay. We need Rolkus to weigh in on this one. Do we, though? Okay, we need to go 52.32. Perfect. All right. In the big chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one. All aboard. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. How's this one looking? How's it going? Dan's taste buds cleared, cucked by the clanker wang. He sucks. Fuck. I still need to go over to the left a bit, I think. I don't know. What does this one say? Yellow numbers equals distance. Yellow arrows direction from the impact to the target. Yeah, there are... Oh, okay. 3.31... Right, okay. So, with that, if we go from... I think it was like here, wasn't it? If we go 3... 1... And then 3... 1... So it's somewhere... oh, I could have just... Fuck. Yeah, okay, so it's somewhere... I should have just left the fucking yellow lines there. What a joke. So it's somewhere along this line here. Fuck, I don't know. We go in the middle, maybe? Maybe let's try that. So, like there? Because that's a big angle there. I think Rolkus is allergic to anything green. Or anything yummy, to be honest, Scots. I ain't standing in the hot sun for one band. Hopes Spirit Box do a sideshow, to be honest. Oh, Good Things. Oh, you're talking about Good Things. Didn't Good Things used to be good? I've never been to Good Things, but I've heard that kind of went to trash? Yay or nay? Okay, let's try that. I've only got I do one and I've only got one more shot. But I should be able to find it with this one, to be honest. I need to do that. I miss Soundwave. Soundwave was so good. Okay. So Good Things is worse than Soundwave. Okay, good. Cool. We do 2. Cool. Alright. Let's do that. We need to pull that back quite a bit. Thanks AJ Matter for fucking that one up, Chode. I'm building my Soundwave Lego while I walk on treadmill. Not right this second though. Why not, Jantha? Multitask, please. Livid. 3, 2, 6. 3, 2, 6. Come on. 3, 2, 6. 7. Cool. And then I need to do this. Here you go. And I need to do 2 of you. Okay. Cool. Because today was shit and I'm currently a blob. Hey, it's one of those days, Jantha. One of those days. Go 2. Load them up. Boom. And then I need to wait for you. Yeah. Uh, 34.68, so that should be there-ish, I believe. That's right, we can... Oh, close. 34.68. There. Okay, cool. In the chair. Okay, I need to do that. Kabloon. Do that. On. Fire. And then, let's have a look. Do we think it's going to get there? That's the other thing. I think I got it. I think I got it. Smack bang in the middle. Fuck yeah. There's a cane coming out. Dan, you know, huh? Record. Beautiful. Oh, that might be too much. There we go. There we go. Cool. What were you spurting off? Nothing. Go to sleep. Cool. I can go to sleep. Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, my little kitty cat. He's just jumping everywhere. Cute. Lego Bionicles. Oh, fuck me, though. Holy shit, Fishy. How good were Lego Bionicles? I think I've still got all of the Gen 1 ones at Mum's. And then I was kind of out of it. I didn't really like how the ones after that look, except for the I called them the roly-poly ones, but the ones that fucking rolled, or like the arms would go in and you'd have the little trigger at the back and the head would just kind of like poke out. I got a couple of those ones. Those were fucking sick. And then, oh, I really fucked with the Bionicles movie as well. Loved it. I'm so sad that they fucked with they didn't really do much with the lore. You know, they put out so much and then they kind of just stopped. I know I'm moving, that's right. Bonicles. I have a Lego floppy disk to build. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna nerd out for a second. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a sec. Alright. Alright. So. Hold on. Here we go. Some old school fucking Lego games. So we've got Lego Stunt Rally. We've got Lego Alpha Team. We got Lego Loco. Lego Island 2. Lego Island 1. Lego Creator Knights Kingdom, Lego Creator, Lego Races, Lego Races 2, Lego Land. We got Lego Chess. I believe that was the last of my Lego games. Oh no, we got Lego Rock Raiders. I believe that's all of them. Anyway, when you said Lego floppy disk, that just made me want to show it. I loved a little bit of the Lego games as a kid. I'm really sad that they don't make them like that anymore, and it's all the Traveler Tale games. Traveler Tale? TT. TT games. Hot single Lego discs in your area. Dan, grow up. Showhead Den again. No, go away. But yeah, I loved all of those. Some were a bit more confusing or not as good. The Lego Creator games were not good. There was more like a sandbox and there was no goal to it with there. But I fucking loved Lego Island, Lego Island 2, Rock Raiders, Alpha Team. The Lego Loco was sick. It was basically just thoughts on Ninjago. I don't have any thoughts on Ninjago. I haven't really. Oh, actually, I should. No, we do that. Then we go 2. And then we go bearing, 3. There we go. Yeah, I think Bionicles died, and then Ninjago just took that over. Sadly, Bionicles had so much life to go, but yeah, they just kind of stopped. But no, Lego Loco. Lego Stunt Rally too. Fucking hell. But Lego Loco was a Lego train simulator. But instead of driving the trains, you would, if I remember correctly, you could tell trains to go and go and come, but not train come, to leave the station. But you had to put the tracks down. You had to put, I don't think you put the stations down. But no, it's because I got there. No, I got there before because I knew exactly Dan was getting there. Marty, a Duplo kid? No, definitely not a Duplo kid. No. Legoland was good as well. I remember some of the later levels being super hard. But Lego Rock Raiders had a bunch of issues with it. It got really difficult really quick. And fuck, Chip's just jumping everywhere. But the community has put together like you can download it free. I believe it's called like Miner Mania or Maniac Miners or something. But it's free. It's on itch. It's its own website. And it's like, yeah, it works on modern computers. Graphics are good. It's fucking sick. I spent a lot of hours earlier this year playing that. Benny ran to the keyboard. What's train come? Ask Dan, Max. He brought it up. What sort of train games are you playing? None. No train games. Sorry, taters. None. I thought trains were filled with coal. How wrong I was. You should ask Dan. Dan knows all about train come. Marty eats Duplo. Pass it on. Duplo too big. Duplo too big, Dan. Okay, so Iron Nest is at I6 53. 53. We are there. That's where we are. We moved quite a distance. Anyway, we got one. H9. H9. 1-1. H9 1-1. Nah, trains are filled with puke. You chew it, Chud. Dan, did you end up taking your... Did you end up answering me when I said, did you take your meds today? Full screen my streamer. Did you full screen? What? Where would I be without you? Here's me just reading chat. I'm like, what the fuck is Dan talking about? What is everyone talking about? And then you said it. I was like, why have you got me full screen? Why the hell do you have me full screen? Even when you said point it over here, I'm like, yeah, what of it? So no, spotted two. We are fucking hell. Holy shit. J663. Chat, we're never bringing that up again. We're never bringing that up again. Apparently the latest Thomas the Tank Engine game is super good. Yeah, it's alright. If you got the traintism. I don't have the traintism. And it was confusing. Because I don't know how trains work. And Fishy was getting very angry at me because I don't know how a train works. Weren't you, Fishy? Dan's here trying to type one-handed. Fucking hell. That's all right. We got there. Nope, wrong one. Yellow. 239. Okay, 239. 239 degrees this way. Yeah. 239. Distance 5.3 kilometers away. Oh, fuck. No, I should have... Oh, no, I clicked the thing. Ah, you fucking... Alright. This one, that one. That one, that one. That one, that one. Okay. Let's try it again. 239. There we go. Oh, I didn't have to do it at all because I could have just... Distance is 533. Oh. Marty played it and stressed me entirely too much to be around if he played it again. Fuck. I'm just like, I don't know how to do this thing. And you're like, fuck, Marty, it's right there. I'm like, can't see it. Marty, stop driving. No. Park where? Park there. Sorry. You lost me. 3.35. 35. Okay, so it's either there or there. Okay. So let's mark those ones off. We'll mark that one off. 262 from spotter 2, which will be 262. 262. Okay. So it's that one or that one? Dan got sticky keys enabled. Yeah, because he's gross. He's gross. He's a gross boy. You literally ignored every bit of advice I gave you because I don't know anything about trains. They just go choo-choo and people are inside them all the time. I've never been more shook watching a stream when it's something I generally know about. Must be how Marty feels watching a Thor stream. A Thor? Oh, I don't think I've ever watched Pirate Software. I don't think I have. I've seen clips. Obviously, everyone's seen his clips on the YouTubes, but I don't. Oh no, it's from the other one. 335, 335, 335, 35, 3. It's rude. I realized I shouldn't have got rid of them because I don't know what's what. So if I remove those, and I go, I should have just gone bam, 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 bam. Okay. Now we're talking. That was just a cheap shot because I'm bitter about him. Oh. No. Dan, why did you... Raw. Does it actually have Raw in the title? If it does it have Raw in the title? Good. Dan's learning. All the clips I take of Dan's stream and Scotch's stream, raw, explicit, uncut. It's beautiful. Honestly, it's a thing of beauty. Okay, so from me, we're going to 239, 262. So there. We'll get rid of those. So there, I believe.
You in jail, right
There.
away. No trial, no nothing. Out right to jail, right away.
Right to jail. Fishy, do you get excited seeing different trains? Have you seen Puffing Billy in Victoria? Choo Choo. Oh, Fishy, do you do that when trains pass? Or no, it wouldn't be that. It would just be a button now, right? common Zuna W, TBH. I don't mind Thor. He's too fucking arrogant. But I like some of the things he says. I've watched him infrequently from prior to him blowing up. I think the advice he gives is good. From what I've seen. But I think there's definitely parts where it's like hard to watch. 286 and 355. It's there. I'm gonna go bam, go bam, bam, and then this one is either here or here. Well, let's do the ones that we know to start off with. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll take it Fishy needs some wins in this house. Zuna? What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Zuna? PAX Oz 2027. We need to get Sass, Scotchy, and Fishy on Puffing Billy. Choo-choo. I literally just wave. But you wave with that hand, and then do you go choo-choo with the other hand? Like the twofer, and then they don't know what to do. Do they wave back, or do they go choo-choo? Does the cool guy drive away? Hands on the wheel, and then how you doing? I stopped watching that. I can't, but he gave shit advice about some mental health. Oh, did he actually? Oh, that sucks. Marty, I have some bad news for you. What do you mean? What do you mean? You drive the train, two hands on the wheel, just like everyone else. Fishy loves trains. Yeah, got on the Puffin' Billy. I'll wait on the side of the tracks and piff eggs at you. Trains don't choo-choo anymore. No, of course they do. Fishy, what are you talking about? Okay. The first one, 84 T. There we go. Oh yeah, bearing to target. Big one. 260. Let's do this one. 269. There we go. And that one. Oh, right. So we got one. Cool. Although if you are in Brisbane, tomorrow they'll be running the steam train for Echo Wednesday. Oh, I've missed a tad, sorry. That I would put down to his arrogance. Oh, okay, yeah. I think he's had a wide range of experience in a lot of things, but he doesn't seem capable of saying, I don't know shit about that. Yeah, I think from the little bit that I've kind of watched, yeah, instead of saying that he doesn't know anything, he just kind of says words. And half the time you're like, nah, you could... And I think that's probably what's gotten him into potentially a lot of the bother that he's had, right? Instead of kind of apologizing or whatever, he's just kind of doubled down and said, okay, these two we know about. Okay. Oh no, I don't have any fucking... Wait, is there any restrictions on what I can use? Oh, okay. At my discretion. Okay. This one doesn't say anything. New. Cool. Wait, did I put it in the right place? 553? Yes, no, I did. Yeah, he kind of just has said words and I don't know, like with everything. I think there was one point where he couldn't actually say that whole issue with the WoW issue, right? He couldn't say that he was in the wrong, which was a bit rough, but Not that I fucking care about any of that, because the whole thing was stupid. Looking forward to a sleep in tomorrow. Oh, Taters, I'm so keen. I know Zune is keen too. Did you know he worked at Blizzard? First time I've heard of it, Dan. Sorry. Alright, cool. We are good. We've got some rounds in the spinny thing. Yabby. And I just need 2. He's got a great authoritative voice and a lot of arrogance, so when he talks about shit he knows nothing about, some people will take it as this guy knows what he's talking about. 100%. Yep. No, I completely agree. And I think the other thing as well is because it's not, like, whilst he has those, he's also got that community and the numbers to back him up. So it's kind of like, oh, I should listen to this. Oh, I fell down. I should listen to him because he has so many followers. Yeah, he never says he's in the wrong. No. And look, I mean, he's got this far because of it, so that's worked for him. And I think he's only had, from my memory, he's only had one problematic issue, which was that whole WoW situation, right? I don't think he's had any others. Oh, there was one afterwards because I think there was so many eyes on him. Where am I going? Fuck, let's go for the other one. I'm closer to it. 288 and 4. This one, 40. There. Other guy, he just needs to stop huffing his own farts. Yeah. And that's where the issue started for Mandy and I. He was yapping about something he was wrong about, which led to getting blocked on Twitter when we were even directly talking to him, which made me insta drop him. I got no time for people who can't acknowledge they're wrong. Yeah. Well. And I think the other issue is he was against the stop killing games movement. And he was like really against it. And it was kind of just like, this feels weird. As a game dev, it feels weird. You are only hurting the industry that you're in. Boom. Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. That's that one. Yeah, the big one. Stop killing games. Yeah. There was a couple others as well that I can remember where people were pulling his code apart because he would be live streaming it or a video or whatever. Fucking on the dot. Ka-chow. Okay, there is one up here actually as well, but I'm gonna put you over there, and we are. Let's go for this one just because we've got it here. I don't need that. Hot take, I like the idea of stop killing games. But I don't agree with it. I mean, fair, but also I would like to keep being able to keep playing games that I pay for that require online only. Like, some of them don't even require servers, but they just want to be online for the sake of gathering data and not for game services. But also, by that time, it shouldn't matter. The game's made all of its money possible. The only people you're servicing are the people that have got the game. And I think, weirdly enough, Destiny 2. You can... The servers for that, I'm pretty sure, have shut down. Or maybe they've just stopped it. But they've made it so you can continue playing it. Although that actually might be maybe stopping support for it. Maybe the servers are still up. It's been a while since I've had a look. Fuck. Didn't. Yeah. 5 4. 5 4 5 4. Okay, cool. And that is beautiful. All right. Beep 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 beep. On. Beautiful. Server's still there. They aren't doing a dev anymore. Yeah. No new. Yeah. Yeah. I knew there was no new content. I just wasn't sure if it was the servers or not. Mind you, like, that would be super easy. Everything's pretty local. It just shut down the servers so you can't do multiplayer, and everything else is local. So I think AAA studios need to be held accountable for ending live service games too soon. However, the wording got changed, and they say now all video games must be left in a reasonable playable state. However, they cannot define what that means. I mean, as in, who can't define what that means? The EU, or the what was it? Ross, the guy that does the stuff? Because I think as long as you can play the game, and you know, if it has, you know, like for example, Concord, the playable state for that would be you still have the game, you can still log in, you've got the main menu, you can create you can't find servers online anymore without maybe the use of mods or community servers or whatever, but maybe you could load into local play and whatever. I actually don't know too much about Concord, but I feel like that was a steaming pile of trash. So using for an example, if I made an indie Last of Us predominantly single player but with a versus mode, I would argue that reasonable playable state would be single player mode being fully featured. They don't get to define it. It has to be defined in court. Who doesn't get to define it though? Because if you can still play the game though, Scots. The whole thing was, I mean, maybe it's changed, but as far as I can tell, it was the fact that, for example, the crew, you pay for a game. Like I paid for the fucking crew ages ago, obviously when it was still around, but the fact that I can't open it up anymore at all is a huge thing. Playable state for that would be being able to load in and just drive around myself. For your example, you wouldn't need to. The reasonable playable state is that the single player is there. I don't think at any case anyone would care about multiplayer not working, because the community would be able to sort that out on PC. It would be the last two ones, right? Yeah. 831. 831? You know, Concord is another one. Like, you know, you can't play that anymore at all. The fact that, and that would, you know, that's on PlayStation, so no one's really doing community servers on that bad boy. I don't know why you'd want to play fucking Concord, but 974 is 2. Kablang. So that's 1. 2 6 4. Oh, nice. That's on the dot. And then 3-1 as well. Neato. So that's those ones. Hey, MLP the chat, welcome in. Did you hear about the cross-eyed circumciser? He got the sack. Nice. Love it. Yeah, the crew was a live service. Yeah. So that, you know, that's a huge thing. PT would be another one that But as far as I remember, the movement wasn't to go back, it was for future games from a certain point. Devs should be making, like, it's not a problem, it's not, I don't see a problem for devs to add bot, you know, super simple bot modes for multiplayer games. It doesn't have to be super advanced, especially if it's a versus mode. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. PT is a huge one. Like, the fact that that's just taken off of the store is ridiculous. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've still got it on my PS4. Potentially. But I'm not sure if you can load into it. I can't remember. Yeah, you and I would argue that a largely single-player experience is a reasonable player state. However, until such times as what reasonable player state means is defined in court, it's all up in the air to the extent where I'd never implement multiplayer until that has happened. I mean, you can still implement multiplayer, right? It would have to be peer-to-peer, though. You don't have to upkeep any servers, any costings at all. Just change anything, and this is the same for fucking, you know, other multiplayer games. Just make it peer-to-peer. There you go. It's not the easiest, but like, I don't know. Just make that change. Yeah. I mean, Call of Duty made that change. It sucked when they brought it in, and people wanted servers, but then fuck, give people the option to make custom servers, you know? I don't know. I don't think there's an excuse for not being able to make games be able to just never be playable again in any state. PT rip, yeah, people were selling their PS4s for big bucks with it still on there. Yes, they were, and I think I've still got it on. Actually, no, I might have uninstalled it because they made it so I think PlayStation removed the license, if I remember correctly, from the store. So even if you had it on, you couldn't actually load it up. I might be wrong about that, actually. It's been a while since I've been across my PT lore. 89? 86? Yes. And then we'll do the one on the right first because I'm closer to it. 264 and 3. Okay, that's that. Groovy. Yeah, peer-to-peer sounds like a real arseache. Yeah, well. Yeah, not being playable in any state is absolutely bullshit. As I said, I like the idea, but I don't agree with it, how they're going about it. They're being very vague about their demands, which has enabled... Oh, I didn't even see. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Zuna. They about their demands, which has enabled their arbiters to use extreme examples to shoot them down. Nah, fair. Fair. Horn. Shoot. Gablumo. Oh, that's that one. What would happen if technology advances? Going to use an example from the past. What if I made Diddy Kong Racing on the Nintendo 64 nearly 30 years later? Would I be expected to keep it playable even though it's on old consoles and no longer available in modern technology? Well, that would just be the upkeep, right? I mean, you probably wouldn't. So you can't... It's different, right? Because it's not a digital game, it's a physical game. Nintendo 64 didn't have connection to the internet, so it would be pretty much locally. So you would... It would just work forever and ever until the actual console dies, which would be up to the user to maintain. not you. It's the fact that the game itself would still be playable on another system. You've got the physical cartridge that you could use on another Nintendo 64. The difference is it's a physical, not a digital, and it doesn't need an internet connection. I think the main thing is the fact that it's all digital these days. What was this one? 64. I should get rid of this. And I don't need to pull the screen. Essentially, Diablo 4 is another example, a single-player experience that requires an internet connection. Yeah, and that's because it's entwined into Battle.net, right? And they've got all these things. Blizzard have been that way for the entire time. But it would be super easy for them, 100%, to change it over. They don't, though, right now, because they collect all sorts of things through Battle.net, and it's easy for them to get all of it. To get all that data. Ichibum. Grr. I just want to play Diablo 2. Fun fact, I have never... Shalewa. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I mean, when you say all video games, technically, you know, the way I saw it was all videos anyway. All video games anyway. I didn't really see it just being live service, even though that was the movement. It should be all video games anyway. There's no reason for The Last of Us 2, or Last of Us, which has multiplayer aspect to it, that it should be unplayable in how many years? There's no excuse for it. The only excuse, and the reason why they don't, is because they're greedy and they want money and they want to be able to resell the exact same game 20 times on different systems. Come on. Yeah, man. 974. Okay. I'm good for this one. We'll get in the chair. Click, 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 click. Click. And off we go. What are the kids going to collect in 30 years to feel trendy and vintage without having any connection to the item? No, well, you kind of see it now, right? On TikTok and all, you know, reels and all of that. A lot of the, it's not all, a lot of them, sorry. There's the, oh no, I should have gone a little bit sooner because it's going to get the hospital or these guys. Close. Close, gang. Oh, what if it's both, actually? Because there's 6 targets, right? Or is it 5? Oh, I did get a hospital. I did get a hospital. Fuck. Oh no, what? Dandrick's milk from sock. Dan, can you not? Who else up milking they sock? You disgust me. Regular milk or chocolate milk, by the way? Regular milk? Full cream? Oh, wait. Oh, thank God. I thought it cleared it. So that was the one that I already did, right? 20... Yeah, okay. Delete. I didn't actually see. Was there 5? Oh. Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. P4. Oh, I can do the... Oh, fucking hell. Alright. Let's do scout plane. And then... Hold on. hold on. I need to... It said P4. But if we do this one, we'll just go in the middle. And then there is... okay, I don't need to... D5 is the bottom one. Okay, let's do D5. D5? Cool, okay. And bearing will be 25... 25... 4... 9. Okay. Fine. Wait, this one. There you are, you son of a bitch. Oh, really? I should do it a little bit beforehand, actually. So if we go P4, and I do maybe that. Oh, sorry. Oh my god. Sorry, that's the thing though, if you're talking about super successful games, cool, they can throw money at the problem. Well, imagine if you make a server-based hosted friend swap game, it doesn't do well, you make virtually nothing and you want to move on to other projects. Well, that's the thing, Scots. Indies don't do server-based. they're all peer-to-peer. And if you do server-based as an indie, you're an idiot because of the financials behind it. There's no reason to make a server-based indie because of the costings and the idea that you might not make anything back. That's why they all go peer-to-peer. You can do it to learn, but for a final product, I wouldn't even touch server-based at all. At all. Sorry, everyone's just saying, Marty, what have I missed? Don't knock until you try it. Fart, stink. No, we're not doing that. Has anyone told you you're looking very submissive and beautiful today, Marty? No one has said that specifically. Thank you, Fishy. I appreciate that so much. I had a Coke Zero today. Oh, splurge. Nice. Felt wrong. Dan, what is... I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna say it. Okay, that's the one that I was thinking, wasn't it? Oh, I wasn't saying it, I was just asking, hun. Oh. Sorry. I shouldn't have assumed. My mistake. Oh wait, no. Other way. 4497. 4497. And then the bearing is 254.9. Only got one. A singular shell. I don't have any Chelseas. Interesting. Let's go. One. A simple save system. Fucking hell. He didn't say it. No, I'm sorry, Dan. He asked if anyone had. Okay, I'm sorry. You've confused me. Sorry. Fish, you've pranked me well. You've pranked me good and hard. I've been a victim of some good kind of prank. Fish. You've pranked me. You pranked me well. I've been pranked. Good heavens, what will he do? There's nothing. Dan, did you have beans on toast? Ooh, yeah, Dan, did you have beans on toast, mate? Yummy. Dan, what's your favorite beans? And why is it milk beans? Five. Thank you, Sai. Milk beans, yeah, splurge. Dan loves a good old milk bean. Don't you, Daniel? Too much. Stop. Dan loves garbanzo beans. Love it. Thank you, Dan. Oh no, that's fine. Never had a garbanzo beano. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, Fishy is just making up words now. That's okay. Fishy, we forgive you, mate. A little bit. There we go. 59.64. Beautiful. Garbanzo beans, widely known as chickpeas, are nutritious legumes belonging to the family. Fishy, question. Are those some M dashes, mate? And is that how you type? Sorry, say legumes again. Legumes? 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 I did when I did legal judgments. Fuck, did you do legal judgments? Legumes? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How is that not legumes? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Legumes. Oh my god. There's no please in you. Did I even kill this person? Yeah, I did. Nice. They'll be sleeping with the legumes this now, aren't they? Oh, don't look at me like that. You made me kill someone else. Rip that hospital. I need to send a thingy over there. The main difference is that I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face. Legume my nuts. Thank you, Scotchy. I need to get rid of that bad boy. And I need to go there. And we're just gonna make a happy little accident go over this way. And now I've got the... I need to press E. Get out of that one. And then make a little scouting plane. Over. 04. Fucking this place is a prison. Superman that hoe. Thank you, Daniel. He doesn't get it. No, I do get it. If you hold Alt and type 0150 or 0151 on the numpad, then release Alt, you got your M dashes and N dashes. Huh. I know, I always do a regular dash. Like a human being. A human being! Not a garbanzo bean. Not Dan's favorite. Or a... legume. What's it again? Legume. 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 Yep. Legume. Legume. Legume? Fucking hell. I'm over this bit. I'm over it. Thanks, Dan, for bringing legumes up. You've ruined our relationship between Zuna and myself. We're getting a divorce, apparently. And... oh, fuck. That's a 3B. What the fuck symbol is that? Like a little hat. Anyway, I spent a hot minute being a judge's assistant and had to do all their written reasons for decision. M dashes everywhere. Oh, I got a little bit of fish lore today. Jesus. Garbanzo bean, raw, explicit. Thank you. Head dent. Legume. Fuck off, Dan. Legume, like Zoom. Thank you. Legume D's. Leguigi. Fucking hell. Marty's head shaped like a legween. Jesus. This place is a prison. The famous actor John Kuyumi. Neat. Zunastream win. Zunastream win. Chat is dying to know. Don't shout yourself out. Oh, this place is a... Zuna divorced. I'll let Gov know ASAP. Okay, the symbol for it is like a little penis tip. There we go. Oh, wait a second. I forgot. If we change this to H-E? H-E. H-E. And then we move this. Everyone follow me. I know how to legume. Fucking. You can't poach chat. Mod applications are open, by the way, chat. If you're interested, you can join the Discord and tell me what how long you would time Zuna corn out for, I don't know, being a bully. 5, 8. And how long you'd time Dan out as well? I wouldn't. Well, you're not getting mod then, are you? Alright. Cool. I need to put 2 charges in this bad boy. Cyan mentioned. Snipe, what is your favorite bean? Chat. Let's go around the round table here. What's everyone's favorite bean? We know Dan's is the milk bean. Fishy, what's black bean? Nice splurge. Fishy, what's your favorite bean? Also, hey Snipe, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm blind. I'm blind. Vibra, jelly bean. Jelly beans are good? Pinto. Oh, nice. Lesbian. Mandy. Scotch, this is a PG stream. For flicking or for eating or both? On toast. Probably kidney bean. Oh, nice. Also, hey Mandy, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing well. 105. 105. 105. 105. 8. Nice. And then this one needs to go to 42. We'll go there. Listen, I just came here to check out this game and see if I want to buy it. Snipe, you should buy it. Just straight up telling you, get it. It's real good. And it's real fun. But baked beans, nice, no, nice. 230. Beautiful. All right. Ahoy, ahoy. Sorry, gang. You're dead. Surely. Surely that's right on the noggin. Oh, this is some good copy pasta material. I'm watching a movie and listening via Fishy. I just joined to say that. Thank you, Mandy. Mandy, what movie are you watching? Oh? On the... AP requat. Ah. Fuck. Alright. hopefully... No, we didn't miss, Snipe. We didn't miss. It was because it's on it. However, these symbols, I didn't look. I didn't look at this thing next to it. So it's a supply cache. However, it's underground, and I need a AP round to shoot. But I used a HE. I used a HE round like a chump. Thank you, Jess, for that. Can we get a cyan mentioned in chat, please? Cyan mentioned. Also, hey, Paladinic, how you doing? Welcome in. AP, there we go. Do I need to change anything else here? This is 2 rounds. Targets the same. 105, yeah, nice. And then, did any of this change? No, it didn't. Okay, cool. So it's literally, I just do that. AP shell goes in. Neat. You guys are all jerks. Stop bullying Snipe, please. Snipe, I'm sorry about chat. They're on one today. 105. This one will be... That one will actually go up to what it was, so I just need to wait. Mandy Heretic. Ooh, nice. Damn, what the fuck did... I got balls? Fuck. Chat, I got little potato balls. Imagine coming to stream to find out if you want to buy a game and just get met with the biggest head down on Twitch. Slightly feral chat? Fishy, if this is slightly feral, fucking hell. Hi, I'm not too bad. Just got home from work. Oh. Nice. Well, now you can relax, Paladinic. You can relax, put your feet up, hopefully, and rest up. Listen, if you don't all behave, I'ma get the big stick. Snipe, you tell him. You tell him, Snipe. Fucking go on. Alright. Hooroo. You're dead. He has balls. You heard it here. Do you want to look at the type of hair that you wrote? Oh, okay, you know? Okay, no, that's cool. But I make a mistake, and all of a sudden it's... Chat Martin fucked up. But Zuna fucks up, and it's... Yeah, you did. You did bring me food. Got little potato balls? That sounds like a serious medical condition. Is that everything? Hi, Command. Yep. We did that. Did we get everything here? I think we did. I think that's it. Nice. Alright. Snipe, what's your favorite brand of socks? Dan, you can't ask someone about that, mate. That's really personal. Zuna, it's okay to make a mistake. Don't worry about it. Whatever. Oh, I missed 2. Only the minimum assets necessary. Fuck. Alright. Alright. I started saying hooroo at work because the old boys say it. Help. Yeah. Okay, let's do this one. Starts criticizing my spelling when I bring him food. See if I give him the roast potatoes again. It's a replayable sandbox mission. There is no end. There is no objectives. Chill mode. Do I want chill mode? Oh, it says chill in the thing. I don't want chill. We're moving on to this one. You can can tell the difference between here and here, but can't spell Leguime. Thank you, Zuno. Leguime. Leguime. This motherfucker just let them sit and go cold anyway. I don't know why you try to 0 hours in. Put me in. Whatever. Ones that fit and clean and go around the ankles. They're the best type of socks, Snipe. And I'm sorry that the chat's treating you like this. You deserve better. Alright, artillery 1. You guys? Yep. Oh, so this one. Yep. So this one they're gonna just start. Yeah. Oh, did they drop something? What's this? Dear Iron Nest, while advancing I fell into one of your footprints outside. So you did real? And twisted my ankle. While I was trying to climb back out, a shell landed where my squad was standing. I am now the only one left. I can still hear them. I don't know if I'll ever stop hearing them. Everyone keeps telling me I was lucky. My mother would have said it wasn't luck. She would have said God put that hole there to save me. But God didn't put that hole there. You did. Thomas. And I'll fucking put the hole there again. Wherever you were. I don't actually know. Oh, Iron Nest. I6. Replace this hydrate with eat potato. But potato's hot. They're burning my little fingies. Don't laugh while you eat, you'll choke, and then I gotta take you to the hospital because you're choking. Oh my.
Who burning the nest? Who burning the nest? Who burning the nest? Who burning the nest?
Thank you for that, Carrie. Thank you for that. I've started answering my phone at work with shit like, oh yeah, good day, how the hell are you going, mate? And it's a problem. I blame Dan for that. Splurge? I'm gonna blame Dan for that? Oh god, I gotta... Okay, but what if the socks were filled with milk, Snipe? No. Good answer, Snipe. So sorry, Snipe. The streamer gets like this sometimes. Fishy, I say hooroo all the time. It's okay. It's fun. Nah, I fuck with Snipe. A lot of people would have noped out of this... noped out at chat being like this. Snipes, fuck it, we ball. Yeah, Snipes... Snipes the best of us, Fishy. God damn, you did this, Mark. I know I didn't do shit, Splurge. Stop it. Thomas should watch where they're walking. Exactly. It's okay, I can take a good joke, unlike some people. Dan, Snipe's talking about you, champ, and milk and sock. Hell, heck no. Snipe is none of us. Nice, Jess. Nice. Snome. Marty, did you ever mistake your dainty little fingers for potatoes? No, I don't. Why'd you laugh? Are you No. Don't dainty finger wiggle at me. 5653. Alright. Curry, hey Marty, why don't you shut your dirty mouth? Dan, you come here. I'd like a little bit more respect, please. Just a little bit. We are Charlie Snow. Fucking hell, Fishy. You son. Okay, this one is a T. Where's T in the letter? T10. Fuck, you're all the way up here. T1015. T1015. Don't think they are. No, they are, Dan.
What did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al Qaeda.
Yeah, Al Qaeda. I'm pretty sure I've seen that episode, Curry. Al Qaeda. 6-5. 3 L1. L1 2 4. There we go. Oh my god, there's a bit of a. Alright, artillery 1. Replaces hydrate with stick potato in your ass. No, Dan. Are piano hands the same as tato fingers? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, quieter. That didn't come out as Goofy. Oh, so he laughs at Goofy for mispronouncing that, but he can't even pronounce Laguine. Hey Daisy, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we're doing just a classic Ocean Man copy. Okay, thanks chat. Thanks, you are the real ones. Okay, so from spotter 176. Oh my god, that's 176? 176 all the way down. 176. Okay. And then from spotter 2, it is 82. 82. Okay, there we go. Let's move that out of the way. Yeah, how many marches today, actually, Daisy? You've had 2? 3. Head dent, man. Excuse me, Criffy. You better take that back, or I'm gonna eat one of my little small potato balls. These balls, best balls. Alright, yeah, yours are bigger. I've had a few marches today. How many's a few? Alright, we are looking there. So we've got 1. Alright. And then this is going to be all over the place, I think. And then as soon as we start shooting one artillery, they're going to kind of start shooting around the area that I'm in as well. So it's going to have to be quick. Just 6? No, you have not had 6 marches today, Daisy. It's a lot of marches. 266. 6. Fucking hell, okay. 266. Alright. And then from this guy, we're looking at 34. Alright, cool. And we're looking at there. For number 2. Okay. Alright. Okay. If Marty has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Marty has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Marty has only 1 fan, then that is me. If Marty has no fans, then that means I'm no longer on Earth. If the world is against Marty, then I am against the world. Thank you, Fishy. The support it means a lot. I really like Biscoff marches. Ooh, really? I'm being enabled by my work, however, they are bringing me marching now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, 8. We're looking at 81 kilometer. And then from this one, from here we are looking at 4.13.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater.
If Marty had OnlyFans, then I am a member. Thanks. Oh god, what did Dan say? What did Dan say? Hey there, buddy, chum, pal, friend, buddy, pal, chum, bud, friend, fella, brother, amigo, pal, buddy, friend, chummy, chum, chum. Pal. I don't mean to be rude, my friend, pal, home slice, bread slice, dog, but I gotta warn you, if you take one more diddly darn step right there, I'm gonna have to diddly darn snap your neck. And wowza, wouldn't that be a crummy juncture, huh? Do you want that? Do you wish upon yourself to come into physical experience with a crummy juncture? Because friend, buddy, chum, friend, chum, pally, pal, chum. Thanks for that, Dan. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much. The missile is EP. Sorry, fish. Had my mitts full of food. It's true. Her mitts are full of food. So you know how many subs to scone Marty in the head with a spud? She's got no small. There's no spuds. She can't. Oh fuck! She's got spuds. So no, that's okay. You deserve a break. I'm sorry for adding more to your labor. Did you hear about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a dark...
Guys, can you please not spam the chat? My mom bought me this new laptop and it gets really hot when the chat is being spammed. Now my leg is starting to hurt because it is getting so hot. Please...
Thank you, Code. Oh, all right, doing a lot of spam. It's doing a lot of spam. You see, you got a high IQ, Rick and Morty, Rubber Lub Dub. Thank you. Snipe still here. I hope they enjoyed the game. Yeah, you bullied Snipe. Snipe, I'm sorry if you are here. I'm sorry, and if you're gone, I'm still sorry. I need to buy more rounds for that side, and this side actually. So we are going to fuck them up. Wait a second, can I use... At a bearing distance, instate twice or through distances. That means nothing to me. Well, that's saying that's the edge of the board. Okay. Okay, so no artillery would be underground. Or maybe. Maybe I should use AP rounds just in case. What's the range of an AP round, actually? Oh, the smallest. Very fucking precise. Very precise. Who up balling their spuds right now? I might start taking Tuesdays off. This is fun. Dan, what do you mean start taking Tuesdays off? I'm still trying to figure out the game. It's... did you... there's also a demo as well, Snipers. If you didn't want to spend money on the full game, you can give the demo a go to see if you feel like it. Maybe I should just use HL. HL? HE. I know I played the demo for quite a bit. At first I was unsure. But then like just something kind of snagged, and then now we're here. So I really like it. Play the fucking game, Snipe. He's trying to figure it out. Dan, can you stop swearing, please? Udus. Maybe you should. Whatever, Dan. It's not basically. It's a map simulator, very good. Make brain go brr. Hey, Marty, do you have tomorrow off? I do, Curry. I do have tomorrow off. And I'm very excited to not have work. Okay, so we've got 10 kilometers. 1087. There we go. And 80... 87.8. Okay, cool. Oh. And that should be HE. And I should change it to, I think artillery is just that one, right? I believe. Yeah, it is. Okay, so let's do that one. We'll change it to 3. Oh my god. NotMardee is actually a game dev. He's working on a game called Beneath the... Stop it. Stop it, Dan. Stop it. How dare you? No self-promo, please. Wasn't it Underneath Paris? Right, trying to figure out how we got our bearings, range, and all of that. Okay. So we got initially, we've got the initial bearing on our sheet here, and the distance as well. But these are specifically for Artillery 2 and Artillery 3. And we had to figure out where spotter 1 and spotter 3 was from here. So we got the spots there, and then we placed them. So we've got spotter 1 up there, spotter 2 there, and spotter 3 there. And then with that, we were able to figure out where from these spotters the artillery might be in. So for example, Artillery 3 is distance of 8.81 kilometers from spotter 3, which I've got down here. And for that, I use the protractor here, but you can also use a yellow one, a yellow marker, and it gives you the distance and it gives you the bearing. However, it only gives it in a straight line. So for this one, we use the compass, and then that we've just extended this all the way to 8 kilometers. Yeah, 8.81. I'm not going to be shooting at either of these because I don't know which one. But when we shoot at number 1, it should highlight if there is one here. And if there's not one there, it will be on this side. And that's kind of the gist of it at the moment. But yeah, I've kind of been gone quickly through it. Not quickly, but yeah. Fishy, good night, mate. Everyone say Nanai Fishy if you haven't already. Go grab some sleep. I'm tempted to take tomorrow off work. Can I be an honorary Queenslander just for tomorrow? Yep, sure. Yep. And I'm American. I deal in freedom units. Kilometers are not real. Oh, snap.
Cause Marty is a dick, meanie fishy. Love you. Yeah.
What? Oh, okay. Kilometers are real, Snipe. I'm sorry. We're, Marty, so no, I've said, Dan, I've said it. Chat, I've already said none to fish. It's a holiday here in Queensland. Yeah, tomorrow. It's, it is Echo. The Echo holiday. Which seems silly. But here we are. Did I do 87? 2.8. I'm not sure if you could change it as well, which might help you as Snipe. I can customize the cat here too. Okay. No, it doesn't. Headphones battery is low apparently. Stop it. Oh. 45 degree. Oh. Okay, that is not 75. That is 100% like 100. Okay, it doesn't look like you can change it from kilometers. So that could be a deal breaker for you. That might not be. I don't know. Fake, you are brainwashed if you think kilometers are real. It's all we deal with, Snipe. You are surrounded by Australians who are all who are all kilometer enjoyers. Imperial Units DLC coming soon. Maybe. Okay, so that is this one. So we get rid of that. And then Queensland just making up names for the holidays now. Yeah, well, at least I got a day off tomorrow, so I'm not going to complain about it. Everyone that goes to the Acre gets sick anyway. We go 65? Yeah. And then 65 again. But 65.2. Okay. Okay, and it's still that one. We're still good, but I can change it down to 2. And gimme. That was the right... Yeah, okay, cool. So we've got turret 1, turret 2. Artillery 1 and artillery 2. The issue here... And I should probably... I should probably get these ones or make cards for them so I can easily change it up. Yeah, okay. If I made a game that demanded Imperial units, I'd make it all inches. Well, most games, you know, it's not hard to change it, right? And you just have a setting in the, an option in the settings to flick between the two. I guess they just didn't, because this one is based in a fake timeline of World War II France, I believe. World War II Spain, sorry, not France. And that's all kilometers over there. But at the end of the day, you don't, like, the kilometers don't really matter in this one. It's just, you blank out the kilometers and it's just a number. 7.25. And 63. 663. Okay, so that is 1. 663 gone. At least I don't need 12 other units of measurements to figure out the size of a foot. I don't think we need 12 other units. In saying that, I don't know how many centimeters or meters are in a foot off by heart. I'd have to do some Google. 994. And then 80 89.6. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. And then 89.6. Okay, so those two are the maybes. I don't actually know. But let's try. Okay, I don't need that. We are gonna push that one in. I'm going to push that one in. And then this one will be 3. Why you want 2? No. I don't want 2. That needs to be a 3. Put a mechanic where you don't need to work it out. Yeah. Tip. Hey, Red X Games, how you doing? Welcome in. Tip, make stuff go boom. Yes. Okay, and then we kick that in. So 3 on this side, and then this one will be 2. Foot is basically 30 centimeters, but we generally don't need to calculate that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so when I was importing products from all over the world, the only one I needed to calculate differently was US cubic feet per figure. Now. Now. Thank you, Kare, cautiously. What are you talking about, Dan? What are you talking about? So this needs to be 43. So I'm going to do the left side one first, and then I'll need to... Oh, actually, I wonder if I can... Oh, yeah, no, I can. So I can, this one to 57. 43. 43, 48. Yep. Okay. And while that's gone, we go 80, 87. A little bit more. Dan's being a fucking menace tonight. Someone's been in the sugar jar. Yeah, well, I don't think he's taken his meds today, Scott She? God damn it. I don't know why I stopped. Don't know why I stopped. Alright, I'm back. Did Marty notice? I did notice, Curry. Thank you for letting me know, but yes, no, I did notice. Oh, no, don't be like this. Actually, no. No. Actually, no. Scotch. That's a little bit of a payback from when you called me Dan, and then it took you like 30 seconds to be like, Marty? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers too. Wanderer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? My fucking guy. I'm so sorry. I get 2 handsome blokes confuse me. Fuck me. Hey, we all do it. I got confused too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting 2 tall, handsome, big built men confused. I apologize. Dig up, stupid. No, I said what I said. Fuck you. Alright, so I'm only going to shoot the left side, so we're locking that bad boy in. Yep, and we go on. Bam. And then while that's going, 87, we go 60, 65. We're going to be real quick with this. Uh, 65 to... Yep. 40... Nope. Oh, they're going to start shooting at me. Come on. 57, 90. 90. Yep. Bam, 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 bam. Hon, hon, hon. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. 9-4. 18. Of course, my headphones died. Very cool. So that one's gone. That one, that one. So I need to do that. We'll do this. One is a darker beard. I ain't looking at their beards. Horn boom. How good's that horn sound in the cans? Oh, it's so good. Okay, we do this. I can't do that. I do have to turn this to 89. $89.6, $89.6, $89.6, $89.6. Okay, there we go. This is 50. There we go. Did I get both? Fuck. What do you mean? $4.9. Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's fine. Oh shit. So I missed that one. 59. But you're welcome, Dan and Brown Marty. I also sent it to Sass and Vanilla Marty in the same batch. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Am I going up? Yeah, there we go. 59.64. Okay, yep. Okay, cool. I should load another one. I just don't know. Oh, it's probably gonna be fucking there, isn't it? So take that one away. You need Zuna to pop those on charge for you too, sweetie. Yes. I charged them at the start. They just died really quick. Doing good, kind of melting in the meantime as Europe is still in a bit of a heat wave. I have heard that, and I hope it's not too hot for you. Got it. Nice. Artillery 3. Wait. Did I... Wait a second. So we got artillery 3. What didn't we get right? From spotter 1 to 26. 226 from spotter 1. From spotter 3, 34. Oh my god, it's fucking down here, isn't it? There it is. Right there. Fuck. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Brown Bear Gamer. Appreciate it. How you doing? Marty, are you playing deaf? No, I've got it coming out of my speakers. I'm not playing it deaf. Thank you. Fuck, where am I going? I don't need that anymore. 5 6 4 9 6 1. Okay, cool. Yep, 2 charges. Let's go. Yep. Fucking hell. Alright. Alright. 9 6 1. Yep. Okay. I can't do that just yet. I need 2. Fucking hell. Go, 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 go. Nah. Nah. Is this like a very elaborate battleships? Yes. Also, thank you for the 69 biddies, by the way, Maxi. Appreciate that. It is almost an elaborate battleships. Slightly. Fucking hell. So I believe he's there. They got those two. 33... 84. Okay. Cool. In. We locked. We docked. On. I believe it's there. There's no other thing. Thank you for the 1 biddy, Zuna, for the potato. Got it. Hell yeah. Alright. Well, let's go for these last 2. There. And now we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of those. Oh. Speakers, you say? Yeah, 2 of them. One on both sides. Helen Keller unlocked. Unlocked. Important note, if you haven't figured out already, Shell Magazine is reset after... Shell Magazine is reset after every mission. Oh. Shell Magazine. Hang on. Shell Magazine is reset. Do you mean these ones? Yeah, they come in empty. I gotta fill them up. Is that what you're talking about? Is that what the rotating bit? Yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple on this side. I only bought enough that I thought I would need. Yeah. Okay. What's this one? Kilometers. We got 1025? 125? There we go. And then 87.1. And I don't need to do that anymore. They can just be targets. They can be targets. Okay, no night time. Thanks for the stream. No night splurge. Everyone say no night splurgy. Scotchy, thank you for gifting to Bomb-ing is fun. That's Scotchy is now on a wash list. Hunch. If he wasn't on one already, he's on one now. Oh, fucking hell, dude.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious honkers. A real set of badonkers packing some dobon honkeros. Massive dohunkabankol.
Real quote, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. Fucking I'm on the list. Fucking hell. Alright, let's bring that down to 87.1 FM. And then I had to wait for you. I'm not gonna buy another round because I'll just use you. What do I need this one? I need it at 87.1. So this one is at 41 degrees. I love this game. Recently finished the story. Can't wait for the multiplayer update. Oh, multiplayer update? I loved the demo. Like, it was so good. And I bought this day one, and then I just hadn't played it. So very excited. I'm enjoying this quite a lot. Kaboom! Let's load you up. What? Okay. Yeah, multiplayer, multiple nests. Oh! Hell yeah. That's cool. Be very exciting. Marty, will you tell them to keep it down? Yes, I will. Keep it down. Fuck, there's one over there. Jesus, they're everywhere. I'm gonna need to, buy another ammo, I think. But let's do... I did that one. Get out of here. Unlike in the next game, which will feature co-op multiplayer on a single nest. Oh! That's exciting. No, it's crazy that this was just made by 2 people. 906. There we go. And 75. 9. Nice. And then I can just choose which one here. I do need to get another ammo, but let's load this one up. Okay, I should head off too, but Marty, essentially I sent you a game on Steam earlier. Oh, did you? Hang on. Did you really? I missed it. Oh, no. I've got a chat from Dan, who has replaced my head with a potato. Not Leguimi. Thank you, Dan. I don't... Maybe it went to my email, actually. Maybe it just didn't come to Steam. Oh, yeah. Horse magnifier, the full horse. There we go. Thank you, Curry, for that. That's I'm gonna have to accept that, and exciting. Thank you so much. Will, hello. Thank you for subscribing. You didn't need to do that at all. Hello. It's great. I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. I'm also fading. 6 a.m. start is balked. Good night, chat. Marty Zuna chip. Marty's dead headphones. Night, Scotchy. Everyone say night, Scotchy. Big smooches for Scotchy. If you're not following Scotchy, oh, that's caps. Go do it. Go do it. Go follow Scotch right now. If you don't, may your toes forever be wet and soggy. And those are the toes that Dan loves, by the way. So they'll not only be wet and soggy, but they'll have a Dan coming after them and going, making sucky noises. That's not me, but thanks, champ. Why did I type Scotchy? I can't even shout out properly. Mod, can you shout out Scotch Pig, please? I'm too busy gaming. Can you shout out Scotch Pig? I can't do it properly. I can't do it. Don't worry about the don't worry about that. Don't follow that one. Do you actually have to wait? Fucking hell. Scott, thank you for gifting to Moist Toe Butter. That's fucked. Scotchy, I'm sorry. I'm just I typed Scotchy, and that's what I just thought. I thought that it would just auto type the rest. I'm on a mouse and keyboard. Doesn't do that, does it? Oh, fucking hell. I forgot what I was doing. I loaded up a thing. It's up in the air. Where was I doing it to? Let's go to 93.2. Thank you, mod. Go follow Scotch Pig, not Scotchy. I don't know who the fuck Scotchy is. Go follow Scotch Pig right now. Please. I beg you. It's alright. I'll be sure to shout out you tomorrow night. No. No, Scotchy, get out of here. Go enjoy your 6 a.m. start. Fucking hell. Why am I like this? 4076. Yep, we're in the chair. We'll do that. Horn. Nice. And that's gone. I do need to buy another. So let's do that. Is it this side? That side. There it is. Load you up. Fuck. Press the wrong one. Now, why did it go there? 93.2. No, that was definitely 4076. Did I do the wrong... Oh. Did I do the wrong, Yeah, I did fuck it. $93.2 and then 1019. 1019 and then 93.2. We got to do 3. It's the same one. It's the same thing. Why did it... Might have only used 2. No, because I loaded it up with 3. I loaded up with 3 because that said 2 and that said 3 and there was a red light somewhere. There? Maybe I did only use 2. Maybe. Hey, Kasim, thank you for the check-in. And thank you for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Ken, how you going? Hope all is well. Things are going well. Things are going well. We're shooting Amarella. Thank you for the follow. It says you loaded 2. Yes, I just loaded to... Oh. No, I didn't. Maybe I did load 2. Like a chump. Maybe the shout out to Scotchy bamboozled my brain. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Alright. I showed you my 800mm. Please respond. Love it. Alright. Let's do this properly. So we'll load 3. And then I shouldn't need to change either of those. I can't believe I only used 2. How you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well, thank you. We are, we were doing really well until I messed up that last one. Why is that flashing red? No. Oh. Yeah, we're doing well. Okay. And then, yeah, I completely bamboozled that shot before. But I hope you're doing well. I gotta wait for this to, let's go to, 4076. Okay, let's try this again. Honk. Alright, and that means I've got to purchase another one. You know what? I might do that one as well, because I'm sure I'll mess something up. There we go. So it was because I did too. I'm doing well today. Yesterday I played this game for 14 hours until I finished it. 14 hours. Oh fuck, there's... No. Oh no. Artillery. Fucking hell. Okay. Get rid of you. I need to load you. Yep, load you. Let's go bam. Let's go bam. Yeah, womp. Fuck. So this is new artillery, so we got to go. Let's do the furthest one because I'm closest to it. 96.6 HR. Let's do artillery 3. Okay, we got 1. And then let's do 9.64. Oh, no, you're right. You are right. I done fucked it already. Not 18, 81. Okay. That's good. I didn't move it too far. And then we've got 96.4. 96.4. And then 90.8. Okay. Those two are the ones. I've loaded this one up. Needs to be with 3. Yep. Let's load this side up with 3 as well. We'll load it. And then we'll do... Oh, we're in the middle, actually. Let's do 96.6 first. 96.6. And then that'll be the left side first. Yep. We'll go there. Fucking hell. Now I'm waiting for the devs to fix the gold medal bug, and once that's done, I'm going to grind all gold for each of the missions. I'm really enjoying this game, if you can't tell. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a great game. They've done an amazing job. 33, that one needs to go up a tad more. Let's go down slightly. Yep, 43 and 24. And then that's 38. Oh, so close. 56. Okay, cool. So we'll just block that side in first. And then because that's on the left side. Honk. Beautiful. But I don't think I've gotten anywhere near missions for gold medals at all. I guess that's still going. Nice. And then this one needs to be 90 and 8. 90 and 8. That side is all good. Let's lock and load. Up. That side. Honk. Alright. And then we've just got one more. Thank God I bought more. So that one's... Hey, Serby, how you doing? I hope you're doing well, bud. The bottom panel is optional, by the way. Oh, really? Oh. I thought I had to click these. Oh. So I can just... Oh, I guess that's just to confirm, right? Yeah, okay. So you can really just speed it up and you just... Yeah. But it feels so good just clicking. Yeah, nice. I was going for that one. Never mind, I was in the wrong area. Yeah. Doing good. Had to flip my sleep schedule back for work and stuff, so I just woke up. Oh, no. But I'm doing very well. Hope you are. Yes, doing well. We are, we've just been playing... We did some yaps earlier, and now we're just playing this. I don't know how long I'll go on for. Maybe 10, 20 more? Or maybe at the end of this mission, actually, because I'm getting a little bit eepy, and I also need to have some food. The 4 bowls that Zuna gave me were delicious. I do need more food. So, but I think we're doing well, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's a couple more. Yeah, AP is always good. Yeah. It's a safety net for you to remember, but you don't have to use it. Oh, noted. Okay. So I did that one. Get rid of those. I have to go cook me some chicken pot pie when I get the spoons to do so. Oh, delicious. Chicken pot pie is good. Can't go wrong with some chicken pot pie. Oh, fuck it. Oh, no, I've already got one. So this one I just need 2. I believe 2? Yeah, 2. We go 2. Look it in. We will wrap around to 75. $75.9. Yes. And then you are 54. There. Maybe. Much like the top part of the calculator, that part is also nice for reference, but you can skip it if you want. Yeah, okay. That is true. I don't think I've ever looked, used these at all. Yeah, cool. Okay. Noted. Also, I have some news. I got a new monitor, one of the OLED ones, so it looks amazing. Oh, nice. I've never had an OLED, because OLEDs are all have HDR support as well, right? So you'll be seeing like real nice. 54, 75. All right, cool. So we can just lock, we can honk, and we can just shoot. Oh yeah, look at that. All right. Okay, here we go. Hey Grinspoon, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, like really good HDR and true black with them. Yeah, nice. I think if I was to get an OLED, I would have to get a, if they're a thing, an IPS OLED. Nice. Is that all of them? It is. Look at that. Wait a second. 2 hostile units remain across the river. Oh, they're probably down here, actually, aren't they? If I was to... if I was to get a plane and fly it over this way, let's go 116.7 N3. Okay. Scout plane. N3. Oh, too far. N3. That was 116. 1163? 7. 1167. Okay. 1 more 6, 7. Nice. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh. Okay. Oh, so really I could just do that. Because that seems to do a few, right? So I could really just kind of like do it here, and that would kind of give me pretty much the straight line. I don't need to go to a particular thing. It kind of, yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Let's get this random one. And hopefully getting that one will reveal one here. Okay. All right. Kilometers, 1031. 113 and 5. Cool. Target HE. Okay. Planes go for quite a long distance. Yeah, I pulled it closer because I only thought it gave like 3, but it seems to give more than, like, you know, more than 4. So we've got a 5th one here. So maybe, yeah, I think doing it real close up shows a lot. 8 or 9 pictures. Fuck. Okay, that's quite a distance then. All right. Okay. Okay, cool. I've got a shell there. I'm blind. We'll kick it into gear. I do need 3 of these bad boys. 1, 2, 3. That would be cool if we had the tech to have an IPS and an OLED in the same, like we can change settings. That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. I think that's why I haven't gone to OLED yet. Just because I really like IPS monitors. And from what I've read, you can get like a bit of burn-in on the OLED. Obviously, this is after quite some time, but I haven't really looked at it. And it might have just been a rumor, or someone just had a bad one. Don't know. Oop. 3, 5. And then this one is 41.24. They got their range increased compared to the demo, and now they aren't limited to just one, but more expensive. They are very good. Oh, okay. Cool. Because I think my knowledge was just going from the demo, and I didn't even look at the cost of them, really. Cool. 41.24. Beautiful. We'll sit here. I'll lock that in. Shoot. Alright, let's see what this uncovers. In the demo they were 50 if I recall, and now they're 60. Right, okay. Because I'm pretty sure in the demo they only gave like 3 or 4 squares or pictures, right? I might be remembering. I'm very wrong though. Ah, fuck. Oh, all hostiles are done. What was this one then? 2 hostile units remain? Maybe that was before I got this last one then. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Cool. Okay, well, we'll go downstairs. Where's my kitty? Absolutely fucking adorable. I feel like you do pick the cat up a little bit strange though. But look at the shiny paws. I kind of miss... oh, fuck. Oh my god. I kind of miss the old school stopwatch you had for a bit during the demo. However, this newer clock makes more sense. I can't remember the clock in the stopwatch. And I haven't really looked at this clock either. Yeah, Taters, look at this. You can customize the cat. You can give it little hats. And then you've got all these things, and you can make it a little kitten. You can make a little kitten. I named it Chipler. But yeah, and then you've got all these weird. I do wish the camera zoomed in on the cat though, so you can make more sense of these. But kitty. And then that's the one I just did. So if I fall asleep, meow. Let's have a look. Neat. So what one did I did? Only the minimum assets necessary. Right, okay. Okay, I gotcha. I do really like this though, honestly. The just the map of it all. That's really nice. So what do we got here? Got a skirmish challenge. And then we've got Iron Road. Okay. I do like how there's a chill one, so you can kind of just take your time at it. So are these... Amarallo, if you're still here, when you say the gold medals, do you mean on these ones? Or do you mean on like the challenge skirmish ones? On all of them. Okay. Oh, I didn't even... So does that mean there's a gold version of this one? Of like that medal as well? The unbroken volley medal? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I just thought they were just that way specifically. Didn't realize that there was like bronze. Assume there's a bronze, silver, and gold. Man. Man, oh man. They come in bronze, silver, and gold. How if you don't meet the minimum requirements, you don't get anything? Okay. Gotcha. And then we've got these guys. Man. You can see how they play as well. This one's taken up the entire thing. This is a different map as well, isn't it? Yeah, you got ocean there. Oh yeah, these are all different? Oh no, these are the same one. Oh, okay, this is the challenge. Specific challenge one. Yep. However, if you don't meet them... Yeah, okay. Yes. Oh, man. Man, they really have just, like, done so well with this. All-time high scores. Man. That one is the counter fire skirmish. This one? Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. I'm in rank 42 on the all-time leaderboard. It's only 18 there. How do you see more? Let's have a look at your name. Oh, I can't back out of this, can I? I've got to actually click into a mission. Oh, you can't? Oh, okay. You can only see the top 10. Right, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, cool. And then you can make a coffee. Maybe I'll make a coffee before we wrap up. So, 1, select roast. 2, place your cup. Oh. You can only see the top 10 and yourself after you finish the last mission. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So we... Get you in the green zone. There we go. Now you're in the green zone. And then this one. Oh, okay, that also changes that side? Hmm. I don't know. Yep. And then... Oh, okay, and then I gotta pull it. God, this is really, really difficult. Okay. Oh. Oh, no, what? Where's the roast? I can't set the roast, or can I? You have the coffee on your... What do I put? Oh, I put it there. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Didn't realize that it goes to your clipboard. Okay. God, this is the... Okay. Yep. Okay, there. And then... We did it. Green, green. Nope. Yeah, in 100%. Now, what do I do with the coffee? Oh, no. Oh. Wait. Eat a drink. I don't think that's good coffee. Doesn't do anything. Oh. I got a grade perfect for that coffee. Look at that. Perfect. Quality? That's pretty shit quality. Pressure, temperature, timing. Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool. Pressure cook coffee, yeah, how about that? Yeah. Cool. I might call it quits there, I think. It's been great fun. We've had a lot of fun with that, actually. I'm going to play that a lot off stream. And yeah, we might come back to it next week. I'm really enjoying it, actually. Interesting. Dan, what's up? What's up, bud? What do you mean? What do you mean, interesting? You know? I don't know what you're playing at, bud. Why do you have engineer head on shelf? This one here, the Dead Space helmet, because I love Dead Space. That is why. Big fan. Space Dead. No, don't agree with that one bit. Zuna, the helmet stays on. Righto, Dan. Righto. Here we go. Dan's decided to spike up and you know, the meds have kicked back in. I like the remake of the first one. They did a great job. They did a great job of the remake. Real sad that there won't be a remake of 2. Yeah, I fucking love Dead Space. Never played the original, but I had fun with it. The original was great. The remake is better. And then Dead Space 2 and 3 are just... They're all good. They're all good. I just want more. Sad Callisto Protocol was not good, but I think if you didn't play Dead Space and you played Callisto Protocol, you'd be like, wow, this is really good. But then, yeah, if having played Dead Space, Callisto Protocol is pretty poopy. So, pretty poopy. All right. Who can I drop you scandals off to? Marty is actually a game dev, the night shift and upcoming beneath Paris. Dan, can you stop self-promoting, please? I'm a bit of a nude when it comes to horror games, but Dead Space 1 was my first ever horror game. You started off on an amazing first horror game, by the way. And after that, Resident Evil 7. And then SE2? SE2. SE2. Okay. Silent Hill. Yes. Yes. If you haven't tried, go Outlast. 100% go Outlast. Outlast 1 is amazing, and then Outlast 2 is the exact same thing. Dan, what is happening here, bud? Are you okay? But yeah, horror games, yeah, Outlast. Try out any Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 4 remake, both amazing as well. Resident Evil 8 and then Resident Evil 9 are also good. Yeah, Resident Evil 8 and 9. Yeah, cool, okay. Yeah, look who decided to pipe in. Hello, Rolkers. How you doing? Been here the whole time, princess. Wow, calling your names. And then, and 3 now that I think about it. Okay, yeah, cool. Definitely play 2. 2's great. 2's great. And if you liked 3, you'll love 2. And if you didn't like 3, you will like 2. I have a lot of evil residents now that I recall what I've played. A lot of, but they're all good. They're all good. They're all really good. What's this guy getting up to? Yeah, okay. I'm going to drop you all off at the amazing Shads tonight. It's been a while since I've popped over to his stream. He's currently just chatting, but he's talking about, I'm assuming, PCs and tech. Simple save, sit 'em. Yeah. Also, I don't know how much they qualify as horror, but I also have all of OOD? Oh, the observation duty games. Yes. I mean, you can have, there are a couple horror ones. What's the one, Dan, what's the one that you played on your anniversary, stream-anniversary one? The one on the warehouse with the house on the thing that comes in on the conveyor belt. That's a good one. When Cabin Factory. Thank you, Dan. That's the one. That's pretty much in line with the observation duty ones, but horror and very good, very good. But yeah, there's a couple gems that are like that as well. And it's not all that one's not very jump scary either. There's a lot of build up. Dan, you could just say first person. You can just say first person. All right, cool. I'm gonna leave you all with Shads because first person's scary. Rolkers, can I have mod real quick? No. Actually, no. Dan, don't make a gif of that, please. I know you've got the fucking gif shit out and you're ready to go. You could lick my swingers. Dan, can you not? It's getting late, champ, and isn't it past your bedtime? You got work tomorrow, don't you? You scallywag. Good night, farewell, so long. Like y'all a heap. Yeah, everyone's amazing tonight. Everyone's amazing. But no, we are going to raid the amazing Shads. Yeah, he's just chatting, but he's, I think he wasn't streaming for a bit there. I think he was just really busy and he's back at it. But it sounds like his PC's going through a thing at the moment. So we're going to go say, hey, does Apex Legends count as a horror game, given how much horror it causes my bank account? Yes. Yes, it does. All right. That is it from me. Thank you everyone for being here. And yeah, it's been nuts. Everyone with the gifties, Liz, Scotchy. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch. Everyone with the subs, it's amazing. Everyone is so supportive. And then I will be posting the pictures up of Beneath Paris at some point, probably tomorrow when my brain's braining. But knowing me, I'll probably stay up tonight doing it. And yeah. Oh, then it's a good thing I quit a year ago. The monetization is still atrocious for it. Oh, I bet. They're never going to slow down with it. No, cool. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you, everyone, hanging around. It's been fun playing Iron Nest. We were coming back on Thursday. We're going to play some more Precinct. Maybe we might give Iron Nest another go. I don't know. Maybe not. But no. Here's the raid messages. If you are not subscribed, use the top one. And if you are subscribed, use the animated bottom one. Or you can make up whatever one you want. I don't care. Thank you, Sai, for that. I appreciate it. No, you can join the Discord. Is it going to show up? Is it going to show up? No. You can join the Discord for the schedule. So far, it's been working out pretty well. But you can join. You can see the sketch. I'm going to try and be a little bit more active. Legweems, thank you, Zunicorn. Thank you so much. My God, fucking what a joke. What a joker. But no, thank you, everyone. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your night or day wherever you are, and I'll see you all Thursday or around in other streams. Or Sunday when I'm streaming next. Or next week. Or never again. Who knows? Anyway, that's it from me. Good night, everyone. Have fun with shads. Bye.